Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming again, hanging out with us tonight, taking your time. We have one conscience. Okay. And Charter, you can go ahead and finish talking. I gotta get a call. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's good? What's good? Yeah, thanks, Katz. Yeah, tonight is the Flat Earth research updates with FPV and One Conscience. We also have Crow hanging out with us. He's one of our panelists tonight. Yeah, just an update. One Conscience, just tell us what you've been up to. What kind of updates you have with the earthquake data? Anything unusual, or I don't know. The floor is yours.
Okay, so I've been working lately on a few things like straightening out the tectonic plates onto our map. And I've also been looking into different parts of the world that have anomalies that I think are generating our Earth's energy. So I've kind of came to a conclusion that there are two spots on Earth that have liquid mercury underneath of them. One of them is in Mexico, and one of them is in China. They were recently found, and so what that actually makes possible is when mercury is kept at a cold enough temperature, it can cause currents that can make a superconductor, and it can actually levitate things. So that can kind of give you a sense of the amount of energy, kind of what we're working with here. So following that, I went back to my tectonic plates and re-looked at my flows, and what I'm seeing is that our East America side and West Eurasia side are kind of running on two different sets of energy because that's the way it flows. And so kind of thinking it's coming possibly from those areas. I mean, there's a lot of activity in those areas. I can't prove it. I'll probably never be able to prove it. It makes a lot of sense. So I can show you my, oops. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, all good to go.
So what I did is went back and went to my little Google earthquake 3D, and I literally followed every single line of the tectonic plate, exactly where it's placed, and it straightens out when you do that. So that's kind of how you straighten things out, is you have to go to the ball and follow the land masses to make the lines to figure out what's really going on there. Ball them up and they don't make sense. So this is what I have. New Zealand, we all know the pressure heads north. I mean, I've showed that a million times. The yellow lines are my assumptions. Okay, these are things that I cannot prove, and I probably never will be able to. However, based on these trends of how this energy flows, I kind of feel safe doing it now. So what we're kind of seeing is, is how they kind of match on both sides. So they both start up, in the corners. We can see I've drawn arrows to show how those pressures flow. So it kind of goes up, hits where it's going to hit from both corners, coming down. So here, Alaska hits the corner, so this corner activated. It wraps around. Right there is where the big quake just hit in Alaska. This corner's been activating for quite a while now. We've seen it through swarms. And if you follow it, it goes over and it hits right there, which is where we got another quaking off California. However, down here it does a little different. So these are where my assumptions are coming in. It actually comes up, hits the Easter Islands and comes over. So anyway, the point is that I'm trying to figure this out, and the energies are definitely coming from these corners going into the corners, and this is our flow. The east and west are separate flows until they hit the center area where they combine. So the earthquakes so far, and you guys will see here in a second how this will correlate into FPV's work. So I went looking into some other things here recently because of different ideas that were presented to me and things that kind of popped up as I look into the energies of the earth. I start finding all these different weird anomalies that we've probably all heard of, you know, fireballs in the sky. I wonder where those come from. Then
You mean the alleged SpaceX rockets?
You're not screen sharing anything yet, one, if you're trying to.
Yeah, nothing's on the screen also. But are you talking about the SpaceX, the alleged SpaceX rockets that were launched, or
the one in Michigan?
No, well, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like that, because when I was actually coming home from Chicago, I actually saw something like that. So it really sparked my interest. It flew across the sky. It had a green tail. It looked like a fireball with a green tail. So I've never seen something like that. I've heard about them, but so I added those to my map that I already had. So what I've marked here is our crystal caves, okay, which we talked about those before. And I've found more connections with those, and we have quite a few that run through the United States. I also marked obelisks because I found out that obelisks are made of quartz crystal. So I found that very interesting that governments and past ancients have built these obelisks all over the world, and they are actually amazing harvesters and generators, transmitters of energies. So that's another thing. Also the pyramids. The pyramids are I believe they are ancient power stations. I truly believe that. I think they're all connected with the crystal caves and such, and the energies are flowing, and they were transmitting them with the pyramids. And I also marked the 2 spots of liquid mercury, which are the 2 black spots, which I found very interesting. And they're both pretty much on opposite sides of the world. Other than how this energy flows, you know, I'm still learning about this, so, you know, there'll be more as I learn. Let me show you my last. So my last little map I made, I actually put volcanoes, dams, and giant tree stumps. It's the mountains that, you know, some people have theorized are giant tree stumps. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but fascinating. So I went and looked into it.
Like Devil's Tower, for instance?
Exactly like Devil's Tower. Yes, very good. And so what I found out is that, you know, if they were giant tree stumps, petrified wood. Well, petrified wood turns into precious gems and stones after so long. That's what happens to it. And there's plenty of websites that anyone can go look that up and see that I'm telling the truth, that this is what people have found. And there's a petrified forest in the United States where some of the trees are these stones and crystals. So I put those on there to kind of go along with the other stuff. I'm not sure why I keep. So all the orange and red is our volcanoes. I probably haven't got them all marked because there's so many volcanoes. The blue is the dams. Okay. The dams I'm still learning, so I really don't want to go into that yet. I do have some stuff coming up about them, but what I'm really correlating here is say they're giant tree stumps, the mountains that look like them, and how they're still right on the path of our earthquake. This is kind of what I'm trying to show. Just all these different things are going into the same flow of earth energy. That's really what I've been doing. Just takes a long time to gather all the information. I'm going to show you guys this because it was confusing. I'm sorry. It was confusing on my big wall map. So I actually went and did this one on the computer. And it's more simplified because all it is the ley lines. It's actually meeting at the chakra points. So it's actually looks pretty cool. I just wanted you guys to see it without all the different, pins that I have on the wall map that really made it look pretty busy and kind of confusing.
Show them your wall
like
map
that.
as well once so they can see the wall
Okay.
map version.
Okay.
I mean, the wall map's a whole project in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, the wall map, I had to walk away from it for a little while. It was kind of driving me insane. But so let's see if I can get a good shot of this here. Because it is literally a wall map. I have to. Oh. Okay. So there's the wall map. So you can see all the ley lines that I just went and put on the computer instead. And you can also see the energy flows of the earthquakes. The one I did on the computer is quite a bit more detailed, but I've been spending, like I said, a lot more time kind of going back and doing a little assuming. This map has no assuming on it at all. It's all pure data. And it has the grid from FPVs into it. It's really hard to see, and I have all the angels put on there, and all the red ones are power plants, and they're right on our energy lines. Ones
There's a question in
are the
chat there
weather
for you, one.
modification stations.
I was just going to say that. There's a question in chat. Is HARP in Alaska, and you have it pinned on your map?
Yep, weather modification stations right up there.
That's the white pins, yeah.
And actually, every white pin, there's two, because they seem to be two side by side close enough that I couldn't fit pins for every single one. And again, I'm sure I'm missing some because this is an ongoing project that made my eyes start to cross as I did it. So,
Can you pan left a bit so we can see Alaska?
Yep. So there's Alaska. Let me see if I can't get a better view. There we go. So, got Alaska, got the HARP stations right there. Whoops. Down in Mexico.
Tell you what to show them. Show them CERN Europe.
Oh, yeah.
Look,
Okay.
that's looking really interesting now.
Yeah, it really is. Let me come. Whoop. Let me come around for this one because I'll get a close up. Come around the table though. So there's CERN. Those are all power stations. There's even the little ones. I just ran out of big pins. I went through like 3 cases, 3 packs of them. But yeah, it looks like little arms coming out of it. And CERN has this, the Alps there, those huge mountains. And these power stations literally sit right on the mountains and come out. Even the red dots of marker are still power stations, but look how many there are. That's insane. It's anyway.
Yeah, what you can see there, guys, if they keep adding more power stations, you'll eventually see the Fibonacci sequence or the flower of life pattern spiraling out from it. That's the signature of the angel. Yeah, that's the signature of the angel technology.
Yeah, it's starting to look like it, but it's really hard to do this. I have to look up every individual one and literally put the dot on the map, and then it's really a very long process. Over here, look at all the power stations we have around, like Japan and Fukushima area and stuff. And most of them sit on angels, so there's an angel hard to see, because I have so much going on there. I have the volcanoes mapped. Actually, the only ones that are on there right now are the ones that were active at that time. But volcanoes run from here, and they actually run all the way across under the ocean, all the way across there in our perfect equator. You guys can look that up on Google Earth and zoom in and see it for yourself, or Google Maps. But yeah, and that's about all I have. I mean, it's kept me quite busy.
Question in chat there. I wonder why they picked Alaska. Is it a key power source? Maybe, I am not sure. Alaska is one of the 4 corners that you'll find referenced in the Book of Enoch or various scriptures. That's one of the 4 corners. Alaska, northeast Russia being the other one. And you've got 2 down at Antarctica, which is, there's your 4 corners. And these are the areas that Enoch would reference as portals. If you've noticed the map before that we use, hold on, I'll screen share it so you can see it. That would be easier. And you'll see what I mean. There you go. That should pop up now. If you can see, I'll get my mouse on the screen so you can see it. There, you see what I mean about the 4 corners? The 4 virtual corners, I would call them. 4 virtual corners. One being Alaska, this one over northeast Russia, and these 2 down in Antarctica. This side here turns out to be, I think it's Rockefeller Mountains, and the other side, I think it's Rothschild Mountains. If you have a look on Google Earth, you'll actually see lots of royals' names and the bushes. There's all kinds of names down here. The list of the guilty, I would call it. But there's your 4 corners, so that's why they're choosing them locations. This bottom left corner, the southwest corner, this is the area in the 1930s that the Germans started planting flags in. So the Germans kind of occupied that area during World War II and afterwards, and still today, in fact, it's still going on. No one's moved out, they're still there. And this area here, in my opinion, is the gateway to the underworld, which leads to all this. All this is below ground. This is the underworld lit up. Apart from the halos, the halos, these are actually in the sky. Everything else is below ground. So the underworld really does exist, and this is what they're hiding. This is why they invented the globe. They wrapped this image around a ball to hide these corners. So all you have to do with the ball to get it back to a flat map is stretch it back out. And where on the ball they've got Alaska, touching northeast Russia, and the real world, the 2 farthest distances apart. We're sure, I don't know if you've noticed any of our other work, but we have shown there is flight routes going up into the north that aren't on radar. They're flipping the data so it looks like they're flying west away from the States, say, and then coming around here on the globe. Well, in reality, that's not happening. It can't happen. They're really flying west for a while, flying north, and then turning east and coming over this way. We've backed that up with data we've seen on the flight radar, and I've also looked at a few other flights where some diverts were caused in midair. One being, I think, a child died on an aircraft, and it made an emergency stop. Well, guess what? It was supposed to be flying from Beijing to somewhere in Europe. The emergency stop happened in northern Russia somewhere. So what the hell was it doing up there? You know, it was way off track. It should have been a straight line flight going across there, say. But it was a location up here. That's the name. I forget the name now. But it's popped up 3 times you now research this same location. So, you know, it's definitely a route going north, but they're pretending it's going west. And, you know, vice versa. There's hidden routes up here. We talked to Marlena. She's a pilot from Canada. And she's told us she sees flights of aircraft coming from the north. And she doesn't know where they're coming from. Well, these are actually these hidden flights coming from the east over here and then down into the west, pretending they're going around the globe and ending up this side. There's hidden flight routes in the north, and we presume the same's happening down here in the south. A little bit of information on that for you.
Well, they do the same with the earthquakes. They try to put it off like northeast Russia is what's affecting Alaska, but that's not true, because up there in that little island, that little peninsula off of northeast quakes. And if that was the case and it was a globe, then we would constantly have big quakes like happened in Alaska all the time. And that's not what happens. And I've been watching this for about, 2.5 years now, and that is not what happens, and they can say, oh, if we wrap, because it's so active and because Alaska is always getting swarmed, they're in 2 corners, so they're activating and stuff. Then they wrap it up and they say, oh yeah, look, it's connected, but it's really not. It's actually 2 separate systems going to center, heading north, and probably coming back around. So it's 2 ways they screw up everything with the globe. The flights and the quakes.
Yeah, in fact, I'll play that while you're on form there on the earthquake information. I'll share this one that Ron FE. Big shout out to Ron again. I'll play this so people can see it if you want to talk through it, and then all the earthquake data is together. You see that?
Yep.
Press play and pass it over to you. This is 3 weeks worth of data we've gathered now.
Yep. So what Ron has done, which is amazing, so everybody needs to give him a big pat on the back, is he's took the earthquake data and he's actually it's grabbing on its own and it's animating. So we can look at 3 weeks worth of quakes, and with the color that we have going on here, the blue are the 50 kilometers or less. Then it goes yellow is 50 to 100, orange is 100 to 150, and then red is 150 to 200, and anything deeper than 200 kilometers is purple. So if you watch what's going on as it moves, you'll see clearly that this east coast is not the one affecting Alaska like they want to try to put it off to be on the globe. It is the corner activating. And you can see the blue up there a little bit north of all the swarm, and that follows my lines, how it's coming down from the corner and wrapping around those islands and following the path down through the United States into South America. So it's not moving.
Right. Question in chat there. What about Palin? She can see Russia from a house. I would say she can see a landmass, but she doesn't know what it is, and she's told it's Russia. It's definitely not Russia, or she's got very good eyes.
Holland, I where's that at? I'm sorry.
Holland? No, Russia. Someone called Palin says she can see Russia from their house, so she must be somewhere around Alaska looking at Russia. But the landmass she's looking at is
Yeah,
probably
Sarah
not Russia.
Palin. Sarah
Yeah.
Palin was she ran for vice president with John McCain, and one of her things she said was she could see Russia from her house because she was from Alaska.
Yeah, well, she's been lied to while she's in on it, that tells me.
Wait, FPV, how long did the flight take when you looked that up from Anchorage to, how long was that? Remember you looked that up not too long ago, wasn't it like 14 hours?
Yeah, 13 or 14 hour flight, so.
So I'm not sure what is being seen and or what people are being told, which is just to keep the globe alive, obviously, but why does it take 14 hours if you can see it? Is my question to the person in chat to fly there.
Yeah, it's you know, if they're in on it, which they are, any country that's got a space agency going is clearly in on it, and Russia have got a space agency, so you know they're part of the problem.
Yeah.
Like most of the astronauts, you know, when they apparently come back from the ISS to land in Kazakhstan, you know, you got the Kazakhstanians helping them carry them out of the capsule as it lands. Well, it doesn't actually land; it falls out the sky like a brick. Well, there's no one in it; it's probably been dropped from an aircraft. Filmed watching it come down, got the hard landing out, and then the guy runs over and climbs in it, and they lift him out as though he's a hero. Comical, really, isn't it? Yeah, so you know the Russians, they're in on it. They've got a space agency, so I wouldn't trust anything they say either.
This isn't, it's not moving though. The map's not moving.
Yeah, it got to the end of the animation. I'll play it again if you want.
Yeah, because I wanted to see
It's 3 weeks with, hold on, I'll just forward it a bit. There. Yeah, it doesn't last long. But there's 3 weeks worth of animation there. It's just one recording per day. I think it's 3 weeks worth. It should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the same on moves, you know, that's a day gone by.
Okay, I see. Yeah, it's fabulous work. I didn't really have anything else to say. I just wanted to see it move again.
Yeah, it's nice to watch.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice visual. Yeah, there's a lot of activity there in Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of yellow.
Yeah. Those are a little bit deeper, yeah. But deeper doesn't always mean bigger, so it just means it'll cause something larger.
You can relate the deeper ones to scripture by, what was that sentence again? Satan was cast into the abyss because he was becoming too powerful. Let me translate that for you. The power output from that particular angel technology was a bit too much for the ones nearby, so they had to relocate it further down. They got moved basically. Power output from the destroyer variety of angel is a bit. The power output must be very high, so they had to really relocate it. That's basically what it's telling you. That's what it's telling me anyway, from a technological perspective. It's a human trait for people to give technology a sex and names. You know, take your car, for instance. Is your car male or female? A lot of people out there do that. They call the car a him or a her. It's basically what's happened with this technology. People just give it character and names. But it's technology that's running the show. Does that make sense?
Does to me.
Yeah,
our whole light show in the sky is controlled from below with technology. What this earthquake data is showing you, what it's really happening, when you see these flashing on and off, the earthquake pressure data is actually signals being sent to locations below ground. Over the course of this year, we can track that and watch it switching on and off, and this is what's creating seasons. why we're monitoring.
Crow, you got a question?
It's predictable. Yeah, go ahead, Crow.
No, when you said he or she, or all I was thinking was like Star Trek when you know the guy would say she's a beauty. It's like we do name or give characters to either a ship or a vehicle. You know, like it does seem like it becomes a character. So I definitely understand where you were going with that. So it did make sense.
Yeah.
I was just reiterating what you were saying. That was a good point. It's not a machine no more.
No, yeah, it could just be given character, and you can see why. You know, it's when you look at the functions. I don't know if you watched the video where I went through a lot of the functions just of that one technology alone. You know, the winds, the lightning, the earthquakes, the toroidal field, the free energy you can harness from it. It's got a big list of amazing things for one piece of technology alone. You know, it's a masterpiece, it is.
Do you have that?
Definitely not constructed by humans, not on this scale, nowhere. They can copy it. CERN's a copy of one of these. That's why they use Shiva or Satan as the gate guardian. It's basically a copy of that particular destroyer model. You create, you maintain, and you destroy your varieties. So that one's the power output from the destroyer one's obviously quite high compared to the others. You know, looking at scripture, I have to look at scripture, various scriptures with a technological mind to put this together, and that's where that's where it came from. The Nazca lines were a start for me, the clue to it, and I realised they were blueprints to the underworld. And what you can see in the back of that map there, that grid, is from the Nazca line. And I knew once I started applying those to various maps, I went through different maps of trying these until I knew I'd find the correct map one day, and it turns out it's this one. You know, so far everything, real world data, our projections and ideas, you name it, it's working perfect on this map. With 0.0 being just off the west coast of Africa. Yeah, the correlation. Plus, you can see where the Mercator maps came from. It's been derived from this map from the start. It's just slightly differs to this map, so you can see where it came from. What you're seeing here, though, is only a third of how large it really is. There's a whole north area of this, the same size you see there, and a whole area south of Antarctica, the same size as you see there. So you've seen a third of what the data is we've got so far. You know, this is the map series. I don't know if you know the story, but what he did with Google Maps, you know, you can see the rounding the images off. So he made an algorithm to square them, you know, put the images back to square as an image should be. You know, you take a photograph, it comes up as a square usually. So he did an algorithm for that, and it produced this map. You know, it straightened the globe out basically into this. So yeah, he done it perfect, and real world data supports it. That's that's why we use this map. I've tried my work on other maps, and it wasn't making sense until I put it on this one. Because on the E map I couldn't find 4 corners for those locations, so that messed it up straight away. And I did try, and I did actually put it on an E style map with a certain group of people that were working on that particular map, just to show them how it overlays, how my work overlays what they were doing. I put it out there for them to, if it helps, then fine, use it. If not, no biggie, we'll carry on using it. But, best intentions and all that. But yeah, and one came to the same conclusions with her work. I'll let you talk about that one, and I'll just put an image up on screen of yours as well. I forgot to show it.
Well, first of all, I did do the quakes first on the AE map, and I found things that I was really questioning. How did it work? Like the pressure's going so far to hit a different spot. As I straightened it out on this map, it started to make more sense because the pressure wasn't traveling so far before it hit the next place. This image up here, that he's showing is actually the aurora borealis, and we went to their data and we got how it was moving. So it actually does have movement. That's just a still shot on the left of the government shown aurora borealis, and on the right is where we straightened it out. We just took the flows and again followed them very precisely as to where they were touching on each continent. And when we did that, that's how it came out to on the right, which was pretty cool. That it looks so perfect in flow, you know, compared to the circle on the top of the globe that doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, I did my quakes on the AE map first, and when I put them on this map, it made a lot more sense, you know. And since this point, I did try to, by hand, add a few other things onto the AE map just to kind of make a point, but those didn't work either. The grid didn't work. You know, the quake pressure doesn't work. The corners can't work on the AE map. That's just why we use it, you know. Anybody that has any research or work they're doing, they should just give it a shot on this map, and you might be quite surprised. Like, I don't remember that guy's name. What was that guy's name that put the, remember he had the AE map? Oh, there's all my silly little works. Yeah, I was trying to put the different things on it, and the ley lines didn't really work out. The chakras is the middle one. It didn't really work out. The right one's the quake pressure. None of them really fit or worked out or hit the right places as far as what we see. And
So that
but
wasn't
anyway,
made. That wasn't made to have a dig at the EMAP, guys. That was just showing you where one's work was going and not making much sense until she applied it to this other map.
yeah. Yep. So, I mean, that's really the whole point, is we have tried it. I mean, he tried it when, you know, on his own, and I've tried things on my own, and that was before we ever met. And when we did meet and get to talking, he gave me a copy of his map just to try my work on. And, you know, now we're here. So there's I can't really see go anywhere else. But if I find flaws, you know, I'm just right along with FPV. If there are flaws, or if anyone has something that they know that points out any flaws, I'd be happy to change to the proper map, because the whole point is finding the truth. It's not really to point out like, oh, I'm right and you're wrong. It doesn't matter to me like that. I don't care. The point is to find the truth of our world. We need to know that. It's important.
Yeah, that's awesome. Going back to the plates, you were talking about straightening out the plates. You're talking about the plate tectonics.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on that if you can?
Sure. Let me find this one. I have one, whoops, where I just straightened them out perfectly off of, let me find it. I have one that I perfectly straightened out right off of the Google map. I can't find it. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
So lots of updates get for you guys from one alone. Yeah, there's more going on than what you're seeing there. In fact, in the background, we just haven't like managed to put it onto video or presentable form yet, or you know, put the ideas into motion. There's a lot of information coming in, so it's a case of prioritizing it all and putting it where it needs to be on the presentations. There you go.
Okay. So this is directly taken off of my Earthquake 3D, and all I did was take the tectonic plates as they show them, which there's a lot more to it than the USGS says information. But I just took their plates and I exactly copied them as they sit around the globe. And this is literally straightening out the ball lines.
I think you dropped out there. One, she dropped out.
Yeah, we can't hear her.
Oh, I think I don't know what happened. Sorry. I got dropped or something. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
kind of froze for a second.
Yeah, just take it from the top.
Okay. So, yeah. So this is the tectonic plates, completely straightened out off of my Earthquake 3D app. Okay. And all I did was literally take them and follow where they lay on the line, you know, on the continents and stuff, and literally straighten them out. And that's where I got my assumptions. So when you look at them, you can totally see why I got my assumptions. They come from the corners. All of them come from the corners. And when you straighten it out, this is what it looks like. So, was there anything else specific you wanted to know about it? I mean,
No, that basically answers my question. Go ahead, Crow.
yeah.
Oh, I didn't have a question.
I'll put this on screen for you guys while we're straightening things out. This is the ring of fire straightened out. It's not actually a ring. It's on two opposite sides of the world. And if you follow the lines of them, they just head back towards the corners.
I noticed there are a lot of on the ocean shorelines.
I was just going to say, right across the equator, one noticed there's lots of volcanic activity and volcanoes right along the equator. So they kind of connect to each other by volcanoes underground. But yeah, they're on two opposite sides of the world, so there's no ring of fire really. This is it opened out to what it should really look like. And they just hide in the four corners again because you can see where it's leading.
Yeah, I can show you that too. With this map I made. This one is volcanoes. See where they're all placed? And I didn't go zoom into Google Earth to get all the ones in the water, but you can do it. You guys can go do it yourself and take, there's volcanoes. These are the orange ones. And it runs all the way across. And that is the truth. Just go zoom in and you'll see they look like little tiny hills, volcanoes. You can tell that they're little volcanoes when you zoom into the water. See them. But that's our equator.
Yeah, they're there. Have a look on Google Earth, guys. Scour the seabed, you'll see them. They're everywhere. There's more than I thought there was. I thought, I just thought there were little dimples and mountains until one actually told me there were volcanoes.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, there's a lot of volcano on the west side of the shorelines, all the way to even South America. It's fascinating how there's just so many.
In fact, when you look on the mimic map, you'll notice the equator. It's like it's live all the time. The water's like superheated around them regions, and you can see where it's coming from. There's volcanoes down below. That's what's eating all the water up. So that explains why it always looks like there's a line of fire going across the equator on the mimic map. It really is heating it up. I've got some mimic map work to show you coming up.
Yeah, they're in South America where all those volcanoes are. It's always getting hit by earthquakes too. And that piece of land is actually like 2,000 feet up. It's a big drop off because so many quakes hit there and stuff.
I'm just going to go and grab a drink, guys, and then I'll start showing you what I've been doing. Back in a few minutes.
Yeah, you guys, thanks for that. We need people to track the sun in Alaska to see what's going on over there. Which direction is it going in? Is it looping around? I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole, the 24-hour sun.
The midnight sun?
Yeah, and I'm still having a hard time trying to wrap my head around how this works and what this data that they have is it's presenting here. It's just I'm just trying to make sense of that part. You know what I'm saying?
You're trying to connect the dots and how it would work.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to it, obviously.
Yeah, I would love to see some sun and moon work. That's just one thing I don't know a lot about. I would love
pivotal,
to see
though, you know, the trajectory of it, and it'll. So, I know a lot of people are wondering the same thing because we've seen it, but you guys see that there's no real interconnection with the AE style map. I mean, maybe there is. Maybe the land masses and everything else needs to be pushed out further. Maybe there's more to the center. I don't know. You know.
Well, the A map's coming out from the wrong perspective, really. You know, if you're going to do a map, just base it on the land masses and not have north in the center. You know, when you look at north in the center, we basically scalp the globe and try to make a map from what's left.
Yeah, and you know the ice wall, the alleged ice wall has never been really proven either.
Yeah,
I mean, they're talking about Cook. Cook worked for the.
Well, there's a mountain down there named after him, so I wouldn't trust him anyway.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. You know, some of these tales, you know.
Sorry to
what's up,
interrupt.
Cats?
In chats, they're saying they can't see Avatar on one. I don't see it either, so I don't know. I mean, we can see it on the panel, but we can't see out in the chat. Not even what she was, putting up on the screen as well. We didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
We can see it in the panel, but not.
Did you see the map?
No. Oh, well, I don't know.
Oh, and we were talking about how she straightened out the plate tectonics, basically. That part?
Ginger says...
I'm just looking back. I can see, it was about 7 minutes ago, but I can see the tectonic plates bit. So I think it's one's avatar they're not seeing on the panel.
Yeah.
If you look at the panel in the watch page, you can't see one. Yeah, we can see it on the panel.
It's like, I don't know, we can't see her.
Stealth. She's in stealth mode.
I don't know.
I mean, sometimes popping in and out helps, but as long as they can hear her, you know. And they did, when you did screen share, that was broadcasted for everybody to see, right?
Hold on, guys. Apology to Albert in chat. He came into there and says, I remember FPV on the Sun and Moon group was very rude when I asked him the question. Yeah, you just got us at a bad time, mate, because we've been arguing with a few guys previously about the map. I know where you were coming from, and yeah, you can, you know, if that map works for you, go for it. I'm not telling you to stop your map. I'm just saying consider this one, or try overlaying your work with this map, because we're finding out if we can correlate perfectly with this map. But if you want to stay with the E map, that's entirely up to you.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you have to just keep moving things around until it fits, but that's not a true projection either. So it's a work in progress for both maps. You know?
Okay, 1 year on. We see you now.
That worked. Yeah, popping out and in sometimes does that. In and out, my bad.
Right, I'll show you what I've been busy with, shall we? Was that map? Hold on. Press play and guide you through this. Make sure it's playing. Yeah, looks good. You see that? Right, just keep watching. I'm going to familiarise you with what's going on at Nazca, Peru. And when you talk to people about Nazca, you know, you mentioned the geoglyphs and lines. Straight away, most people start thinking about the geoglyphs. There's a lot more to it than that. So this one is called making connections. As you can see there, connections being made. Because what's there, what you're looking at there, these are connections from what's going on at Nazca. But not only that, I need you to see these images, what they're really showing you. You know, this is structure with depth, and these are basically the blueprints of what's showing you. Now, in each of these images, there's a common theme. I'll let you see if you can guess it. There's a common theme to every one of these images that's going to come up on the screen. These are the Nazca lines. This is what it's making. And a lot of people probably don't realize what it is. You know, they maybe haven't seen them like this. But this is structure with depth, and it's in the underworld, and this is what's being signaled to. And looking at the images, you know, some of you guys up there, or even some of you women, you might recognize what these are. You will by the time you get to see the last one, don't worry, you'll guess it by then. Hey Jimbo, how's it going, mate? I can see Jimbo in chat. You might guess what these are. But these are what the Nazca lines are creating when you draw them all, draw them all, attach everything together, and how they link to each other on that grid. But what you should be noticing is there's a common theme with each one of these. But I'll wait till the end before I tell you what it is, and see if any of you guess it before then. So you can see now, you know, it's not just random lines. This is detailed structure blueprints that you're looking at. There, you see how obvious that one is in the center? That antenna. These are antennas, guys. These blueprints are showing you how things in the underworld are communicating back and forth. And these are various antennas that do it. This is what these blueprints are. Now these are the connections that these antennas make. There's the whale. Yeah, these are the connections that's going on with these various blueprints and how they connect to each other. And don't forget, the geoglyphs are actually pinpointing locations on our world where there's something of extreme interest below ground. They're markers. And that's when you need to be making the connections of what I've been trying to show you. I'm trying to show you what these blueprints really are. There's structure down below, and it's doing massive amount of signaling, and we're able to pick it up on the mimic map and record it. I've overlaid them here on the map. You know, these are just random. I've just chucked them on the map there to show you. I know the one in that one there on the left, I know that was correct, because that geoglyph of the antenna is actually called the solar clock. You notice how it's over Alaska. Very apt, I think, because there's a lot going on there. That's the northwest portal, sir. So there, if you look at that, you know, it's probably wrong. I've just chucked it on the screen to try and make some overlays out of it. Eventually, I'll get it in the correct order and manage to put all the geoglyphs where they need to be. The problem I've got at the moment is that the geoglyphs aren't numbered, whereas everything on this is. I'm going to have a mismatch of numbers, but it doesn't matter, because I know where some of them already go, like that one in the northwest portal, or the monkey with the antenna goes on South Africa. You know, once you line them up, the others should fall into place. I've done that on a previous video, but there is more to add. There's more geoglyphs now and structure going outside of our realm that I'm finding in Nazca still. You know, this is in our realm. There's stuff north, south, east, and west of this, not even on the map. It goes beyond our realm. The information that I'm seeing at Nazca. Doesn't that look like a submarine? It might be a submarine. That would have seen it. I wonder if that's where they got the design of the submarines from. So yeah, you see the antenna design, the small antenna there? This is what's transmitting everything that you're going to see on the mimic map coming up. Various antennas, and how it relates to what's going on in the world, and how it links to the switching of the technologies that's causing the earthquakes. You know, when they come online, they cause earthquakes and tremors, and then they'll settle down for a while. So it's to show you correlation, and but not only that, the detailed structure of what these Nazca lines are really trying to show you. So it's probably a surprise for a lot of you there. You maybe didn't realize this is what's actually at Nazca, Peru. I'll just pause this image a sec. Right, now going back to the signaling, you notice that signal there coming up from the left, the bottom left. It's like a trident-shaped signal. And it goes to hit a location off the west coast of Africa, which then retransmits a signal slightly northwest of Africa. You can see it going up there. Getting into crop circles, you know, I thought, what kind of antenna would transmit a trident-shaped signal? Not to mention the other one above it. I was looking at some of the crop circles, and that one there, I thought, well, there's a perfect one. That would send out a trident-shaped image. I think some of these crop circles are real. I'm not sure how they're put there. I don't know if it's people putting them there, or is it something in nature that's programmed to happen. They just keep turning up, and when I looked at crop circles, I'm surprised to find out 80% of them are fake, which means there's quite a high percentage not fake. You know, 20%. It's quite a lot. You know, I expected it to be a lot lower than that. There's 20% of crop circles apparently not fake, and when you start looking at some of them, they're that detailed and meaningful, and and you can actually relate shapes to what's going on here. Start to wonder, is that why they made GMO? Is GMO an attempt to stop these things showing? That crossed my mind. Might be nothing, but I thought I'd put that out there. It could be GMO. So anyway, let's see how that relates to the world map. So we've got that signal on the left, signaling. Say it's 613, it would signal to 616, going by what you see in there. I'm just using this as a reference, it's not the correct order. But it'd be like 613 sending a signal to 616, which then retransmits to 592. That's kind of what's happening on the screen there. On the left, if you follow that through, it's doing the similar pattern to what I showed you there. Although this isn't correct, this is probably parts of a structure, but I'm showing you how these actually link into our realm. There's connections to be made, and it's just a case of getting all this in the right order, and then you'll see how it's firing. Check out this one here. If you can see my mouse, follow the mouse up, going up towards Africa, and you'll see a line. See that there, signal? Right, I'll zoom in on that and show you what's going on. That signal's coming from Antarctica. If you look above Africa, you see it going up there. Zoom in a bit more. So it's coming up over Africa, sir, and it's hitting Malta. Not Malta, what's that place? But name that place. But anyway, it's going to Sicily. Place before it, I can't think of the name now. It could be Malta. But yeah, if you look at that, it's going up here and then split into three different paths. I'll show you where it's going in a sec. Hold on. Keep watching. Right, this is what's going on here. I'll pause it when it gets there so you can see what's happening. Right, so it's coming up, it's hitting Mount Etna, branching left towards Rome. The one that went straight ahead is hitting the Bosnian pyramid, and the one that was going right branching towards Greece and going off towards the Middle East somewhere. So there, you can see direct contact with a volcano there. One over here is either Alban Hills volcano or Vesuvius. I'm not sure which one it was. I just know it went that direction. And looking at news reports, they said this old volcano, extinct volcanoes, there might be a probability it's going to erupt. Well, if it's getting signals like this, it seems to be activating it. It's activating something over there anyway. That's what we've been trying to say. These signals are switching technology on. Something to do with the Bosnian pyramid got activated or deactivated. Something happened over here, and something went over there. If you go back to the map, where you see the, hold on, I'll just rewind it a sec so you can see the map. So what happened there correlates with this grid. A signal was sent to this, it followed up right across, went there and split into three. You can see how it's using this center part of this grid, this network. And these here, I found the connect. These are actually volcanoes. So this angel technology is below these volcanoes in this centerpiece. There's 33 what we would call angels in that centerpiece alone. You've got your primary one, which is connected directly to 0.0, which is the source, whatever, that's the power source running everything. So the primary 8 around it connect to the center. And of course, the center's number 9. So you got 9 primaries. And the secondaries are these ones that's off it that don't seem to be connected to anything, but can be activated by radio transmissions. So they can run independently or switch. It's a very complex system to work out what's going on. But there is all this switching, all this earthquake data, it's all connected to this grid, switching on and off. Right, we'll carry on from that. If you've got questions, just stop me and ask. If not, I'll plow through it. Where we are. Right, so we're up there now. So that would be what it looks like from, if we zoom out the map we're using. There you go. You've got this, sending a signal up that way. This is just one of many. You're going to see a lot more signals going around on this map shortly. I'll leave it playing. And again, look, this is coming from the southwest corner, the southwest portal. Here's some more signals. Watch these. See all the different kind of signals going on. But you'll find they're usually always going to the same locations. You see that one? A huge one there. How many of these are thousands of miles wide, these signals? And just put them on there so you can see some of the different ones that's going on. Little ones here, large ones down here. There's a lot of activity. If you look through the Mimic Map database, just pick dates and look for them, and you'll find all this going on. This one's Easter Islands. Check this one out. There you go, Easter Island. Now, like I said, I started looking at the crop circles. This is a crop circle here, by the way. If you look at it, it's what it's saying here. It's capable of receiving data. Think of that as data transmissions. It's receiving it, it's converting it to something in here, and then it's outputting it as a signal, which I think is what's creating this signal. Look at the shape of this. That would create that kind of signal, I would imagine. It might be nothing. It might not have anything to do with crop circles, but these types just seem to keep popping up.
It looks like a satellite at the end. The when you said signal.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the shape of it, that's why I think that one, I'm just trying to match things up. I think that one would be the signal sent from the end of this. Or it could be a satellite, yeah, But when you look at this, that definitely tells me it's capable of receiving data. It looks like it's being sent data and it's going to retransmit it. Could be nothing, but, you've got to look at everything. And I've looked at crop circles before, and some of them, either someone knows something about them and puts them out there, or maybe it is something that comes through nature. It's a tough one, that. Same with this one. Look, this information, these geoglyphs, they could be data being transmitted to this, and then it retransmitted on. I think that's what this could be depicting. It's basically an antenna, you look at the Alaska lines, they're antennas. Same with this one, it's an antenna. And if you look at this one, well, I'll pause it. It's actually got crystals, which, radio equipment does use. They look like crystals to me. It's transmitting something into crystals to change the frequency, and then outputting it as whatever signal that's going to be. And you look on that map, there's a lot of weird signals going across that map I've never seen before, ever. You see a lot of signal patterns, but you see ones on that map that I've never seen. You don't expect to see some of them signal patterns going out, but they're there on the map. So yeah, I was just looking for correlation of is there anything to these crop circles like that one there? That one could be the one that's responsible for the one over Easter Island, similar pattern, or it could be nothing. It's just strange. Some of them work out and start matching certain things when you look at them. Right, here's a tour on the seabed. See that antenna? That's on the seabed. You'll see these in Google Earth. If you're not sure what they are, these are antennas. Because remember, we're on communications here. It's all about communications and Alaska lines and what and where. These have been mapped out previously on the seabed, and they're huge, and I mean huge. The Alaska lines are the bigger picture scaled down into geoglyphs and lines. But if you start looking around Google Earth, you're going to see all these on the seabed. And the connections, you should be making the connections we are. They connect the four corners. It's communications going on. And these are pinpointing them basically in the underworld where they are. Below there is what's, that's telling you what's below there basically. They're not on the surface, so yeah, definitely an underworld, and this is what's down there. And look at this. This particular group, we head towards Australia and Tasmania. You've seen them. That's a row of antennas. God knows how long that is. It's probably thousands of miles. I'll zoom in on that one in a minute. And you can see they follow the lines and start filling them in. You start getting the structure, or your ley lines, or whatever you want to call them. Check out these ones. Smithsonian Undersea Edens. That little dot there, clicked it, and that's what came up. There's an antenna. Here's more structure. More ley lines leading in and out of, looks like this point here. More lines on the seabed. 1.1 miles wide. So that yellow line, what was it? That little yellow line, That's just over a mile wide. So they're not cables, you know. They're not cables. So it comes. We don't lay cables over a mile wide. Long, yeah, but not wide. These are markers. Like I said, the Nazca lines, they do physically stretch out from Nazca across the world. And this is them, you know, these are on the seabed. 1.69 miles wide, that line there. And if you know, go to Google Earth, you'll find these. There's an antenna on the seabed. Look at the size of this. That yellow line from there to there is nearly 4.5 miles wide. How big is that antenna? I think the boom's about 70 mile wide.
Some of those look like old cities, perhaps. Also, I mean,
definitely antennas. You know, that's what I'm seeing at Nazca. Antennas everywhere. Those blueprints I showed you, they were antennas. Various designs of antenna. Yeah, this is one I'm pulling out with the Nazca lines myself. I've been going over this area, filling the lines in to see what it is. You know, I'm still finding new stuff there today. You can see there, it's a design for an antenna. Go back a bit. Definitely a design for an antenna. And you can see more lines. You should be able to see them. You see them, they're everywhere. On Google Earth, that's what I'm saying. These things, they're not unique to just Nazca. They do travel out of Nazca and across the world, the lines. You know, you just got to follow them and see where they go and see where they end up, basically. I'm playing the wrong clip here, by the way. There's another part somewhere that it's missed. Doesn't matter. So yeah, that's where we're going with the Nazca lines. So you can see the correlation between the antennas. It's all about the antennas. I'll just share this other thing. Hold on. And I'll show you what about the geoglyphs. Find the image. I can't find it now. I've got images. I've got that many images, I get lost with them now. I've got folders full of images. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, just take your time. You know, I'm sure you got it there somewhere. What do you think, Crow? What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm this is brand new to me, so I'm just taking it all in. I mean,
there you go. There's
a lot of design patterns.
There's the geoglyphs that I've previously mapped onto the world map. I don't know if you've seen them before or not, but I think that's a close representation of where they would be on our world map, them particular ones. You know, the monkey at South Africa, it's got an antenna in its hand. You can see signals go there. The monkey relates to Africa. It's a case of lining up these animals and things where they need to be. And I think that's pretty close what I've got there. Hold on a sec. I'm just trying to find that other image. Hold on.
What about you, Katz? What are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts? Wow, it's a lot of info to take in, really. I'm just listening, really. And you? Oh.
Yeah, I found it. Eventually.
I'm just adding more to what he's been sharing with us. Yeah, shout out to the chat, everybody. Everybody for chilling out.
Right, guys. There
Yeah.
you go. That's what I've kind of decoded so far. The aerial transmissions of the birds. The ground transmissions are the animals that would walk on Earth, and the fish or marine life is the marine transmissions. There's 3 different types of transmissions there alone that we can see on the mimic map. Anything below that we can't see, obviously, but that's how I'm breaking it down. You know, aerial transmissions being birds. In fact, when you look at the line of direction the bird's facing is the line, the direction the signal is going to go. That's how you work them out.
Yeah, it
Like
kind of reminds me of. Sorry
like
to interrupt.
The parrot at the bottom left there, its signal will be going down to the left if you look at the way it's facing.
It kind of reminds me of South America, those NASA lines. Are you familiar with them?
With where?
Those NASA lines. Trotter,
Yeah,
do you know?
Yeah, that's what these are.
Okay, I was going to just say that that's what they're reminding me of right now.
I've been decoding them. That's what all these lines and geoglyphs are. The blueprint. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The blueprints to our underworld and how it works, and how things transmit and what have you. Hold on a sec. I've got a phone call.
Yeah, Crow, that's basically what he did with the Nazca lines. He used that to find these PowerPoint locations, and he's just been doing these overlays. There's all this correlation going on as well, like he's been talking about. And same thing with One Conscience. She's been collaborating and getting her work with him, and there's just a lot of dots that are being connected, basically.
I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, phone call.
It's a lot of information. It is a lot of information.
We can see now how it all relates to radio transmissions or signaling. That's what these particular geoglyphs are. I mean, the other ones, you know, there's ones out there don't mean anything to do with signals or transmissions, so I've got them to work out. But these ones are pretty easy, you know, aerial transmissions being the birds, ground transmissions being things on the ground. Now, to get more in depth on that would probably be one's department, because now you're talking signals going through rock, you know, iron ore, crystals. I'll let you explain a little bit about crystals, one, yeah?
Well, what I've been learning about crystals, and honestly, I'm going to give a shout out to Jimbo, because he's the one who gave me the initial information that crystals can transfer energy really, really well. They're very good conductors. Sorry, I was kind of spacing off there. Listening to him. I was
He's asking if, where's the question again? I've lost the question now. Where was it? Animals indicate locations. Yeah. The like the monkey, you know, I've placed the monkey at the bottom of South Africa for a reason. It's receiving signals there. If you look at its tail, it's a halo. So it's telling you it can receive signals and activate the halo or the angel technology below, which projects the halo into the sky. And they all do that, you know, it's not just unique to the monkey. They're all sending signals to either activate or deactivate technology. And if you put it over the right location, you know, you can pinpoint what's where. Like the dog, that would be Mount Kilimanjaro, roughly that region in Africa. I can't read what that says. That bird with the long beak and the squiggly bit near its nose. That there's up above Alaska. So it's sending signals way north of Alaska, outside of our known realm. That second bird up on the left. You know, once you look at the hummingbird, that's the one that sends signals to Easter Island and also another location. There's 2 of them on the map. That bird, you know, if you look at the Nazca lines, you'll notice the hummingbird's beak's actually touching a square structure. So basically, what that geoglyph's telling you is it sends signals to that structure, and you know what's there. It's going to activate something. It's, you know, it's automated, computerized kind of system, and over the course of a year it switches things on and off, and we can monitor that on the map by Ron F.E. made Ron. You can see it happening, and you know, over the course of the year, we'll see the seasons change and what's getting switched on and what's getting switched off. That's the plan, anyway. That's the plan of action. Monitor that and keep building on what we've got and check everything. You know, we've got to look at all data. And like Juan says, we need sun and moon experts or luminary experts to, you know, overlay their work on this map to see how it works. But we do think it works as described in the Book of Enoch. The four corners being what you would call portals. Well, if you look at the four pillars that Ceres located and put the magnetic data on his map for, it's basically four kind of shaped mounds below ground that stretch out up in the north and down south, and they kind of mold into the center of the ground at the center. But yeah, you know, there's connections and things going on there that his data shows. Now he's reading it different to what I would. He's coming at it from the 4D perspective, but the way we're doing it, it works absolutely fine in 3D. You know, we don't need extra dimensions. The dimensions I'm seeing is these halos that are projected into the sky. They're multi-layered. So the first layer would be like for the sun and moon. Second layer for Mercury, say, for, you know, and so on and so forth. So you've got various layers with various luminaries in. And if you've watched our videos before, you will see these halos in the sky. You know, they call them sun dogs. They're not sun dogs. It's projection technology, and CERN is a reverse engineered one. As above, so below. You've got the physical coil below ground projecting an electromagnetic halo into the sky. And the sun and moon use these for navigating the heavens. I haven't decided yet, is the sun and moon really there, or are they projections from blue as well? How do you tell? You know, the sun and moon might actually be physically in the sky where we see them. They might be going around this coil below ground, and we're just seeing the projection in the sky. So there's that option, or they really are navigating around them in the sky. But, you know, what the sun and moon are, don't ask me, I don't know. I'm no expert on those.
Yeah, so also just showing real fast what you were talking about, the crystals and the signal, if everyone can remember the signal that you just showed them. So, remember where it hit? See what's there? We have pyramids, obelisks, we have crystal caves, all in the exact spot where the magnetic data that you just showed real time, you know, you recorded that over the last few days, hit in that exact spot where all this energy is. So it's kind of proving that these crystals are absorbing it and transferring it in a way, because obelisks are made of quartz crystal, if everyone didn't know that. And then crystal caves have crystals, all different forms, and pyramids, well, I don't know. Whoops, I don't know enough to say. I think I read somewhere that they are made of crystal too, but I don't really want to say that as a fact because I don't remember. But yeah, there's the correlation and the proof with the real-time data that area is energized.
100%. Question of Jim. In fact, Jimbo mentioned secondary emissions there. You just reminded me, Jimbo, you know, you were saying about the primary and secondary light. Well, when one was doing the tectonic plate overhaul and putting it on this map, we come to thinking that these plates, you know, not one angel gets activated. The whole plate, the whole grid does that. That grid or that plate becomes live. And I think when they come online, that's producing what you would call daylight, and the sun is the secondary light coming around it. So, you know, I think it was you, Jim, but they said there's a secondary light, there's a primary light, and it's not the sun. Well, that would say, yeah, if that's how it works, and it's activating one grid after another as it goes around the sky, that's it would make sense. You know, one grid comes online, or one plate, say, all the technology in that plate comes online. The sun or moon or whatever moves around it, and then it'll move to the next. That plate will switch off as the next one comes online. And that's, you know, that you can correlate that to the earthquake data, track it, following it, going from plate to plate. So we think the whole not just one piece of technology is coming online, but the whole plate. Any technology on that plate becomes live and active, and I think that's how you might get the primary source of daylight. You know, if what you're saying is that the sun's at the secondary source, then what's the primary source? It's got to be the plate coming online, hasn't it? Bringing the light as the sun brings its own light as it comes onto that grid and goes around the halos. Makes sense to me. Show evidence of what, Albert? Don't talk rubbish, mate. I'm talking real data. Real world data's backing up what we're talking about. Any questions? What I just said about the plates coming online. Yeah, that would make sense. A plate coming online, activating a group of halos. The sun moves onto them, moves around. Okay, halos. I'll show you some I don't know if you've seen the halo videos with the sun going around them. I'm pretty sure you've seen a sun dog. Well, it's not a sun dog, it's a halo projected from below. And you'll find the sun and moon use them. In fact, everything up there is using them. Bury and shows them up. If you haven't watched it, watch some of our previous videos. There's videos on it. People filming in various halos around the world. And you'll find that the sun's navigating around them.
The Earth also has a steady flow of energy. It's just a steady, very low flow. No one would ever feel it, but, you know, I don't know if that's connected, but there is just a steady flow of energy, and it picks up as things excite. But then other than that, it kind of fades back down when things aren't excited, but it's still flowing. It never stops.
We've already showed evidence of the halos and the sun using them, Albert. It's on one of the previous videos. You know, they're everywhere. That's what we've been showing people on the map. It's projection technology, and if you look at CERN's configuration, you'll find it matches it perfectly. They've copied one. Anyway, I've got to jump out and give me brother a lift, guys. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. So chat among yourselves.
Awesome. Thank you, FPV, for that presentation.
Yeah, I'll be back soon. It'll take us about 20 minutes to get in there, but I won't be long.
Awesome. Awesome. So what else, Juan? What else you got for us?
Really nothing, unless anybody has any questions that I can answer.
If Crow or Katz wants to give, or even you want to give shout out to the people in chat.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for joining, because, you know, it's cool that everybody's interested in what we're doing. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? The things.
I was going to ask you, what is the map that you were using this? I mean, is like the Mercator map, or?
Well, the one that I bought and put on my wall is a Mercator map. Yes,
Okay,
it was the closest.
But it's not. Oh, it's the closest. Okay.
Yeah, the one on my wall, but the one I use on my computer is the actual map of FPV and series.
Okay, and now is this the map that you think the world is like, or
It's the
how
map,
it works?
It's the map of how the world that we know about and live in works, that I can tell. As for the sun and moon, please don't ask me because I don't track those. But I think it would be cool if somebody that did tried it. And, you know, I mean, I've always said, I mean, FPV said, and I agree 100%, if there's a flaw, this is about truth, you know. So
it seems like this is the next step would be the progression would be the sun and the moon to see how it will fit.
Yeah, it has to. I mean, it
Yeah.
has to be. And we have, I mean, he has, you know, Sandra doing a sun tracking for a little while. Her and I don't know how many people or who's joined in with her, but they have a little group going on with the P900s, and they're trying to do the sun tracking to, you know, try to see exactly how it flows. And I think she was trying to get people from all around the world to join in, so that would be a big help. Anybody that has a P900 wants to join in with her.
Yeah, I would love to get one.
Yeah, me too.
So I mean, I just think when the weather gets better though, so I can actually get out there. I was supposed to get one last year, but I needed a car more. But yeah, it's very fascinating. Oh man, gotta see how the sun and moon works on it. And like you said, you guys will, you know, if it doesn't add up, then it just doesn't add up. And so you gotta probably start over. And if it fits, it fits. So, but that's why you gotta do more research on it.
I don't think it would be like starting over.
Yeah.
If there was a flaw with this map, because the data that I've gathered is real world data. It would just, if there was a flaw, which I do not see one yet,
Yeah.
Then it would just be a matter of transferring the data over.
Yeah.
Really,
Can you? Sorry. I was gonna just ask you, like, can you explain maybe a more simpler way to the listeners how the data you're collecting proves how it works in this map? You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making sense, because I'm trying to think, because right now I'm pretty sure people are thinking, you know, this is totally against the AE or even the globe, you know.
Well, the data that I collect is earthquakes, okay? And so I've been, you know, looking at earthquakes for probably 2.5 years, getting on. And it was before I even learned about flat Earth. So I actually go into the Earthquake 3D app and track these earthquakes every single day. I mean, every single day, you have to think about that. Every single day, I'm tracking these earthquakes and putting these dots on the map. And it's a trend. They're exactly hitting in the same spots. You know, so that's how I've come up with these extras that I've added to my map, is because I'm putting these dots here every single day, and I have 9 weeks. I'm in my 9th week worth of earthquakes that I personally have mapped. You know, Ron has taken it and made it animated and stuff, but I'm still doing my maps where I'm tracking them every single day, and then I have them saved as a weekly. And then I'm watching this flow progress and move. I'm watching the swarms happen that's showing activation in different areas. And then I'm sharing all this with FPV, and it's fitting into where he already has these things placed. Does that make sense? Because we don't sit on the phone or on these chats and just sit and compare data. I'm doing my work. And when I come up with a different map, I send it to him, and he says, holy cow. And he sends me what he's been working on, and we're like, wow. So this stuff is matching together in that way also. My data is matching together because these earthquakes do happen. We see them happen. We feel them happen. We know they happen. We could call somebody in any country and ask them, did you have this earthquake? And they will say yes. So it's not like I'm just making it up or putting lines on a map. I'm tracking this data out of the real world given to us data.
Now, the data that you've been gathering does not work on a globe. Would that be a fair assessment?
It does not, because
and what would be the reason?
Well, the two corners, the north, where it's Russia and Alaska would have to hit. Like I was saying, when you actually go and watch these quakes and look at the depth of these quakes, that little peninsula at the north east corner of Russia that kind of hangs down there. I don't know what it's called. I'm not a geologist, but just to the west of that in the water, there's always deep earthquakes, deep large earthquakes, like deep fours. So when you understand earthquakes, a deep 4 would lead to a shallower, say 5 or 6. Well, that doesn't happen in Alaska all the time. It doesn't happen as many times as a deep earthquake hits in that spot and gets bigger and bigger. And in all the times that I've watched that happen, Alaska just now finally got a large earthquake. And it should have happened over and over and over if those two places were touching or even close. And that's one of my biggest proofs that I've come up with over doing this, is that the globe is not possible in these quakes. They also say it goes in a complete circle. They say that, but it doesn't. What it does is comes in from the outskirts and meets at the center and flows upward. And you can watch that happen, because if you go in and watch these quakes every single day, there's times on them. So you can actually track when they hit. Not only that, but there's also a little thing they have on this Earthquake 3D that you can click a button and it'll actually show you the order they hit in. It'll bang them out in that order. So there's all these different things that I'm watching that I can't put on these maps to show people how this is working. And it is confusing for people that don't know all the background that I'm sitting and doing, you know?
I'm trying to think in my head, like, so like just say hypothetically Detroit has an earthquake. You're saying that Ohio should get some kind of...
Well, Ohio gets earthquakes, and that's due to fracking. Yeah.
But what I'm saying, like, they're so close to each other that there should be a correlation with those, you know, two, like, you know, Detroit has a big earthquake, that Ohio would register some kind of, right?
Yeah.
And that's what, but you're not seeing that with Alaska and Russia, correct?
Right.
Okay,
exactly.
that's what I wanted to get across to people that are listening, that it should be registered on both accounts, and that's why you're not seeing it, and so that's why it wouldn't work on the globe.
Yeah. So here's the spot. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So right here we have this little peninsula. See it sticking down right here. So right here, literally right there are constantly, so often, very deep earthquakes that happen. And I'm talking in the 300 to 600 kilometers down. You know, it does vary. And they can go and range between 3s to 5s and sometimes a little larger. Well, if a 5 being that deep hit, and it was a globe, we would get 6s to 7s right here all the time, because they would be connected through those islands.
And
that
plates.
doesn't happen. Okay. It doesn't happen. So, you know, what does happen, and I watch it, and you can see the magnetic data. I actually watched it slink down on the magnetic data that FPV was showing, because when you go to that mimic map, you can select different areas of the Earth to watch. And if you go to, you can see the magnetic data slink down and around and wrap just like that. And that's what I saw happen. And that's when I started to realize, truly, holy cow, it's coming down from, I mean, it truly is. Like, I suspected it, but I didn't want to assume. And you can go back and watch any of these videos. I have chosen not to make assumptions, because I didn't see anything that was proving 100% without a doubt that this is what's happening, until I caught a glimpse of that magnetic data just recently. And then I'm like, that's it. And I knew it, but now I have proof, you know? So.
Okay, there's a chat. Kat, I can't see the question. Is there a way you can put it so either Trotter or I can see it? But okay, so that's why I wanted to clear up, and that's why you guys are using this map as opposed to the globe. And since it doesn't work on the globe, this is why it doesn't work on the AE, correct? Because the AE is pretty much a flat globe.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's flat with the north in the center, so
Yeah.
it's kind of like a smushed down one.
Yeah,
Just,
but I mean, roughly, yeah.
So it still has a lot of the.
But Russia is still close on an AE map to Alaska on an AE.
Yeah, and so I didn't even think about that part, so you actually just pointed that out.
Yes.
Yeah, that would work just like the globe, and it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, that's why I want to clarify to everybody so that people can, what are you presenting to people so they can see, why it's not working, and should raise questions. Sorry, Cass, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Crow. One, there's a question for you if you would like to see it and answer it, please. It's from Gio Love.
It's from who? Oh. So I think the earthquakes are caused by electrical releases within the earth along with the magnetic flux lines. I don't sense that tectonic plates have anything to do with the earthquakes. What do you all think? Well, what I think is the tectonic plates are the grooves that have been made from those things happening, from the electrical currents and the electromagnetism currents, and then they put these grooves that they follow because it's a constant and they always go through the same paths. They always hit at the same spots. And if you were to take, say a bolt of lightning and hit the same spot over and over and over, it's going to cause a groove and a indentation, right? That's how I see it. I mean, did that answer the question?
Yeah, I guess if anyone else in chat has a question for one, just put it out there and she can see that question. Please.
Is there any more questions, or should we change the topic or add more things?
That's a good question. I don't know. It's up to Cats. Topic change.
Yeah, I don't have anything else really to add. If no one else has any questions, I mean, the rest of my stuff will come up later after I do a little bit more research into the things I'm still looking into.
Yeah, like we were talking before we started, you're concentrating on the earthquake data, but there's also volcano activity that's going on as well, and there's connection with that as well. But you just haven't got into it, but there's definitely a correlation there.
Yeah, what I do know, I mean, the very little bit I do know is that say a volcano was to blast and send off, maybe how high, like 25,000 foot plume, maybe that's about a 5.0 earthquake. So you register it like that. Like every time a volcano blasts, it's still the pressure releasing out of the earth. It's just coming out a different way. Does that make sense?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
James explained it once
Oh, did he?
or twice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What else, Crow? Can you think of anything else right now?
No, I'm just trying to wrap this around my head right now. Again, this is pretty much pretty new to me. Like, obviously, it's still flat.
Mike.
Okay, what cat
No, go
can I
ahead,
have?
finish.
Tom has a question.
All right, Tom has a question. He says something about salt water. Does this help the grid electrically?
I would think so. I mean, because isn't salt? I mean, I'm not the
conductor?
chemist. Yeah,
Usually
isn't it a conductor? I mean, is Jimbo still in the chat? Because he's probably more along the lines of knowing that kind of stuff as far as the salt. I thought it was some kind of a conductor, wasn't it? I don't know. That's a good question. You can look it up real fast.
Yeah.
I think it is actually. There's been experiments where you add the salt and you start to oscillate or get the water in motion, and it'll I think it gets the electrons moving.
Yeah,
and
I'm not
it creates some
professional,
sort of-
but that's just what came to my mind, the conductor of it. So yeah, I can't quote me.
Okay,
Please
so
don't.
it says, oh, sorry, it says right here, when salt dissolves in water, negative and positive ions are pulled in opposite ways by an electrical field. This creates an electrical current. So the answer is yes.
All right, who? Okay, who?
I said electrons.
You made me look smart there for a second. I'm not used to this, cats.
It's all good.
But yeah, I was saying, so obviously it is flat in your view, right? It is flat.
In my
But
view?
yeah, like,
Oh, yes.
okay, so
Yeah, absolutely.
because I'm just like picturing people just like, oh, this is a disinformation, you know, blah blah blah. But like, this is, you're doing your tests, FPV is doing his test, and not everybody, you know, has to, I don't know, agree with it. You know, you guys doing it for yourself, and you know, hopefully, you know, we find answers. And I can't wait for Sandra and them to figure out like the moon and sun and if it correlates to your, you know, data. So I think it's fascinating, and good job on the maps. You and PPF.
Yeah. It's still ongoing, so
Yeah,
we'll
and
see what we...
yeah, exactly. And I don't think anybody should, you know, rush to judgment. You know, this is a work in progress. You know, and like you guys was humbly enough to say, you know, if anybody finds error, please let them, you know, you two know, and that's all you guys can ask for, and that's all they, you know, can oblige. You know, if they want to, you know, disagree, you know, find the fault line in this. Get it? No, too early. Sorry. The fault line. It's an earthquake, volcano jokes, people. Come on, it's a tough crowd.
I got it. Anyway,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, if they find flaws, I mean, hey, let me know. Because, I mean, I'm really, really studying this stuff to get it right. And I'm not really releasing it until I feel like it's correct.
And I think that's what you two are asking people. Like, please help us, you know? You know, if it's so easy to, I guess, to use the word debunk, you know, that's what you guys are looking for. You know, please help us try to find errors or not errors, you know, to either prove us right. You know, there's always that side of the coin. So yeah, I think it's good. So it's up to them to hear your presentation and take it for what it's worth. You know, they can do research on themselves or just whatever. Carry on with their day, I guess.
Yeah, and FPV said he'd be willing to give anyone a map copy that really wants to try to put their work on it, work that they're doing, you know, that they've already done, and try to put it on there and see if it works.
Yay.
Welcome back, PFBI.
Hi, guys.
All righty. Did you want to take over FPV or?
I'm 20 minutes behind now. Where were we?
We just I was just asking a few questions to just for my sake and maybe other listeners that are listening. But welcome back, and you can either take off, take it from here, or one if you want to add more stuff. That's up to you.
Yeah, cheers, Screw. I didn't ask the chat really if there's any questions on what we've been showing.
Yeah, there's been a few questions.
Any questions for us or additions you might want added to the map, or we're just piecing together what we find, and it's looking good so far. But as mentioned a few times, we are looking for other people to help work in this model. We think it's worthy, it's working out nice, real world data is fitting perfectly with it. We can't fault it, everything we're throwing at it seems to work. So we will continue. Great job. Yeah, cheers, Tommy.
FPV, there's a message for you from
Ginger. Yeah. All videos you might find interesting. A map with Egypt in the center. Yeah, well, the Egypt, the Giza pyramid used to be the meridian. It only changed to Greenwich in UK when I think UK stole something from below the pyramid and moved it to UK. That's what it looks like to me. And the meridian became UK, or they've done it to hide some landmass somewhere, perhaps, moved it west and hid something in the east more, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the reason why they did it, but that's what seems to have happened. But yeah, I agree. The meridian used to be the Giza pyramid. That's what it would look like to me. It's even been referenced in scripture as a monument. It's been there a long time. That tells you, doesn't it? Various scripture has mentioned the pyramid or pyramids. There's more than one. yeah, and like one says that we think they were like power stations of the past. Now, to scale that upwards, my theory would be, instead of building lots of giant pyramids, just build millions of homes that people live in and have that suck of the energy back into the grid. Connect them all to the grid from a power station and harvest the energy down the return line. That's what I think is happening personally. I think, we're getting energy from the electricity company, but where they're getting it, they're harvesting free energy and sending us it, and then I'm pretty sure the return line's harvesting some back from possibly the wiring in your home. I'm not sure how it works, but there shouldn't be anything going back down the return line. We only pay what we use for, so what's going down the return line? Something weird there, isn't it? When you think about that, I think we're harvesting it without knowing it, and it's going back to them down the return line. Just a theory, but when you think of a power station, scale it up, just build millions of homes and have them harvest it for you.
Yeah, it's a good theory. All good stuff, man. I keep saying this is really good research, and it'd be great to get more people on board and get different interpretations of the data that's being presented. Like I said, different people have a different interpretation, and maybe they'll have something else to add to it or to deduct to it. But more people need to get on board, and
yeah, I mean, if you guys up there have got any theories on what's going on and what we're displaying, or what we might have missed, or something you can add to it that we can't cover everything. For two people, I think we're doing an amazing role. We are, we won. We're covering all kinds, just the two of us alone. So yeah, any help appreciated. If you know
everyone has their place. Some people.
What we do need definitely need someone that can do animations, because one animation's made of the a 30-day sun and moon scenario, like from the Book of Enoch, as the calendar, and moving it from portal to portal to see if it matches real world sightings of the sun and moon, say where the rise and sink from set. Sorry. So there's that to look at. So that would need I don't think my computer could handle doing like 30 days at a time of them kind of animations. But if someone could overlay the sun, just the sun going over the map, and then change it portal to portal. So we do. Only information we've got on how the portals work is what's in the Book of Enoch, and there's good descriptions of it there. They give you the sun like changes once a month. The moon does it a lot more regular than the sun. It changes portals a lot quicker, it seems. So if we could get someone to help with animating that onto the map, it only has to be in a 3D environment, and we could see how it works and see if it works with the data we're seeing. I think it would. We're debunking zero gravity, guys. What's holding the sun and moon up and moving them around? We've got an answer to that in this model, and it's projection technology. It's those halos, because you'll always find the sun navigating them when it's Barbarian. It shows them up. So to me, it's a viable, workable model, and it's making sense. I keep forgetting to look at chat, see if there's anyone asking a question. Hello, chatters. Let's have a look. Yeah, what we're paying for, June, but it's not electricity. What they're giving us. It's communism through utility bills, basically, isn't it? Extortion. Bill that just keeps going up as well, doesn't it? Wages aren't going up, but the bills are.
Yeah, we got to pay for our smart meters.
Yeah, smart meters that can set on fire.
Yeah.
It could be a Soros meter, yeah. George Soros built them. I wouldn't trust them. It's going to be rigged already, isn't it?
Oh.
Hi, Alicia. Hi, Teddy. Hello, MG. How's it going, mate? Listen, hi to the guys in chats. Keep forgetting to do that. Yeah, so what did you think of the new presentation material then? Trying to think now what order I should have put it in. That was kind of thrown together quickly, no script or nothing. I just spoke through it as I played it. I thought it would have lasted longer than that. It seemed to take longer to make. You fly through it.
No, I liked it. It's
Ron said he can plot the sun, moon, planets, and stars.
Ooh, nice one, Ron. Yeah, that's what we need, mate. We need someone plotting them on this map to see how it's working. With the 30-day calendar in mind, I think we have to use that calendar and get away from this Gregorian calendar, because that's what I was going to say to you, Ron. The equinoxes and solstices, I don't know if you listened earlier. I noticed the June one, we had it down as the 21st, but when you look at the mimic map data, all the transmissions and happenings were happening on the 6th of June. So I think it's different days, it's not going to be dead on the 21st. So it was on the, if you look at the mimic for the 6th, the signals going on, the world were going crazy. That tells me that's when it switched into into the summer mode. All this activity, there's technology coming online and technology going offline. It was a switch. And if you look at the mimic on the 6th of June, I can't remember which year it was, if it was last year or the year before. It's either 2016 or 2017, but check the 6th of June, Ron. And I think we should do that now. In fact, check the mimic map around the solstices and equinoxes, see when the antenna signaling is going crazy, and put that down as the actual equinox change day, and then look at the earthquake data for that day, and I think we'll see, something totally different happening. It looks like a lot of switching goes on that day. We're just tracking the day down really to the best way, I think, is the mimic map. Look at the mimic map, find the day it's all going crazy, and then plot that as the actual equinox day, or the solstice day, depending on which we're looking at. But as you can see, guys, we're still learning and adjusting and modifying where needed. So that's one way. That was me earlier. I was looking at the mimic maps and realised that the equinoxes aren't actually happening on the days they say. Some are earlier, some can even be later. But you've got to put that down to the Gregorian calendar and the Enochian calendar differences. There's going to be differences. It's never going to be on the 21st all the time. But it won't be far off. It could be a week, 2 week off. Say. But that's a lot. You can miss information. You can miss good data there if you don't get the date right. So yeah, we'll have to use the mimic as the primary source for looking at the equinoxes and solstices, because you'll see all the switching going on with the signaling that you notice there. So yeah, we adapt to that now. We can adapt to that and modify as needed. What about you, Cats? You got any questions?
No. No, I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Crow, you're so funny.
Do you like the geoglyph decodings and of how the transmissions work? The aerial, the land, and the marine.
I've seen that.
Did you like that deduction?
That's the first time I've seen it. Never saw it before.
Yeah, I just made that yesterday and today.
No, did you?
Yeah. Well, that's why I wanted to show you the Nazca lines, the blueprints of them, so you can see it's not just geoglyphs. It's actual structure and designs of antenna. There's large antenna sending these signals. What kind of antenna, I have no idea, but you look at the signals, they're not signals I've ever seen before. You can look at a lot of radio signals, and I've never seen any come out in them kind of shapes and forms before. But it's a technology or signals I've not seen. Someone else out there might have seen them, but I don't think they would have. You might see them on the mimic map, but what is producing them? Technology that's probably beyond our scope of thinking anyway, looking at it.
Oh. Well,
It's probably copiable. I can see they've copied HARP. HARP's a copy of what's down at Antarctica. It's all everything they made since the early 1900s tells me that they've reverse engineered everything they can find and slowly fed it to the world. And one day, you could go to Antarctica, see this technology, and not even recognize it. It'll be rebadged, relabeled, and a new coat of paint on it, say, and I think NASA or someone made it, but no, it's always been there. They're just reverse engineering it. But it tells me, you look around at the volcanoes, guess who's got bases all around these volcanoes or wants to drill into them? NASA. Ask yourself, what's the space agency doing playing with volcanoes? They've got a very big interest in volcanoes. So yeah, their real role is care maintenance, upgrading and reverse engineering of said technologies. And there's been a slow rollout into the world. And believe it or not, you're all guilty of using this technology that's been stolen from whoever created it. You have to think of that. Computers, everything has been derived from what they found at Antarctica and below.
You just did that today, or?
I've been doing it over the last few days. That work you've seen before. There's other work going on as well, but I haven't had a chance to put it into video form yet.
Now, is this from Peru? You talking about the Nazca lines, or is this different?
In fact, if you guys use Google Earth, these geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, whatever you want to call them, or whatever type you look at, they tell a story, and you're gonna have to look at it again with a technological aspect. They're trying to tell you in 3D images of how it works. Now, the Nazca lines I've come across and been working with all to do with antennas and radio transmissions so far, and obviously some structures and volcanoes and thrown in. But there's going to be other ones out there that probably detail other goings on that we haven't seen yet. They just need found in various countries. It's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not unique to Peru. The blueprints for the antennas are, they're pretty unique, and it's all on the Nazca plane. and the surrounding hillsides. But I'm pretty sure other countries are going to have geoglyphs or petroglyphs or whatever in that need decoded with that kind of mindset, and it'll tell you a different story. You might find other things that plug into this that we haven't seen yet.
Well, I know that these pyramids that are in Peru and other South America and, the Middle East, all the connections are there for sure.
Yeah, the hieroglyphs in the Middle East, they need looked at. There's plenty of things out in the desert, markings, shapes to look at and study. A lot of things, same at Nazca, there's a lot of things buried, yet when it rains a lot or they get a gale blowing, it starts clearing the path and you start seeing new things. They're always finding new geoglyphs at Nazca. When it rains or a strong windy day, it can blow sand away and reveal things. And they're still finding that today. They're still finding new geoglyphs. I've no idea how many they've found. I haven't got a list of how many's been officially found. And when you look at them in Google Earth, it's really hard to see them. Google Earth, it's got a sharp image until you get to areas of interest like Nazca, and then it's all obscured and blurry and really hard to work with. You've got to start looking, go back in time on the time frame and try and find a clearer image of when they took an image over that site. Yeah, they make it hard for a reason, I'm decoding what they decoded 100 years ago, basically. 100 years ago, when man took to the sky, they flew over Nazca, Peru. They were seeing these geoglyphs. They've been decoding them ever since, Then came the race to Antarctica. Raiders of the Lost Ark for real, Get to Antarctica. Who owns Antarctica runs the world. The heart of the machine is 0.0 just off the coast of Africa. The brain of the machine is down at Antarctica because that's where all the signaling's coming from. And in World War II, I watched the Russian documentary, and they says they mainly noticed, I'll call them the globalists, moving huge manpower and equipment to Antarctica in the 1930s. So yeah, they were moving in. And I think that's the gateway to the underworld. That's my theory anyway. And it seems to be coming true.
Well, there is so much still connection with the Nazca runs. Just where all the other connections are at to lead to it.
Yeah, there's a lot more to see there. I could put it on my Google. I'll try it. I don't think it plays very well on here. You get a black screen, but I'll try it. I'll try and put the Google Earth on and show you what I've been doing there. You'll see what I've been trying to map out and find new areas and locations where there's geoglyphs or other parts of the story there. I just hope it shows in here, because normally you get a black screen on here now. I'll try it. Let's have a look. Yeah, I can't see the screen there. Can you see the screen? It'd be a big, horrible, globy looking thing.
It's just white.
Yeah, it started doing that not long ago. It used to work. No, it doesn't seem to.
Yeah.
What
Oh
about
well, can't
maps?
show you that then.
What about
I can't show you
maps?
that.
Would Google Maps work?
I haven't got these marked on Google Maps though. It's on my
Oh.
Google. Hold on, I'll grab a screenshot of it. That'll be easier. Hold on.
Say, Crow, what do you think so far?
Yes, I'm very impressed by the presentation. That's why I had a few questions. For one, like I said, I was just taking this all in, and I'm very fascinated again by all the activities near the sea shoreline, the ocean shorelines, especially from, the west, from, all the way from Alaska, all the way to even Argentina. It's just fascinating, the activity that's going. I don't know what it all means, but yeah, I'm very impressed with the hard work that you guys been putting into this. I'm very new to this, and I appreciate all the time you put in.
Yes, it's a thrill. It is. It's a thrill and a pleasure doing this kind of work. A year ago, I didn't think for 1 minute I'd be presenting my own work to people. I came to Flat Earth from politics. Watched it for about a year, and in the last year or so, I've been doing my own research and coming up to these conclusions. Once I start making the connections with what I've seen at Nazca. That's if you see that image there, that's where I've put push pins on these Nazca lines. Now, roughly in the centre of that lot is the known ones. All these ones in the north, south, east, and west of that's the centre batch. There's not much information about them, but they exist, and that's what I've been doing. Of marking them out. You'll just look around the terrain. You'll come across some under the dust and follow them. Then they lead nowhere. Then they'll come back somewhere else. Every day, it's giving something new. I can find something new there to put on the maps there. But I mean, they're going outside of our realm. Our known world, on looking at them there, say that was our world. Our known world would be the centre of that, and everything on the north, south, east, and west of it is outside of our realm, basically. But it shows, if this is true to scale, it's showing you there's things outside of our 12 by 12 grid in all directions. Yeah, I can't even put them on the map. I haven't got a map that goes that far out to put them on. I've only got the map we've got. So yeah, it tells me there's more land up there, obviously.
How long have you been a flat earther?
Probably just over 2 years or so now.
Okay.
I'd seen it pop up before, and I used to watch. You follow politics. So what got me to Flat Earth was we're following politics. I was noticing these high-profile people sneaking off to Antarctica a lot. I thought, well, what do they keep going there for? And then when you look at Antarctica, you start seeing Flat Earth popping up. I ignored it the first few times. I thought, what's that about, Flat Earth? What century are they living in? That's the kind of thinking I had then. And then it just kept popping up, and I thought, well, Antarctica, Flat Earth, what's going on here? That's when I started looking more into Flat Earth, and I scrapped looking at politics. I just came over to Flat Earth instead.
He's responsible for cats getting into Flat Earth. Do you remember what videos you guys watched?
The 200 proofs I devised. I used to watch. I'm sure it was Dell in his early days. I don't know if he goes that far back or not. I can't remember. I can remember seeing his face somewhere on a video. Well, I was stream chaser. I would chase them all and go into the chats. Like I said, the first year I just sat and watched it and took notes, and slowly but surely you watch the globe getting destroyed, and you think, wow. I tried myself. I tried to prove Flat Earth fake, and I couldn't because, where's the curve? No curve. There's no balls. Game over. It didn't take me. It took me 5 minutes of research really to come to my own conclusion that it's not a spinning ball, and that's it's just come by looking at other people's work. And then my two questions were, well, why would they lie about the shape of the world, and how does it work? And the work we're putting out now kind of answers that. The why is because they reverse engineer it and getting very rich from it. How does it work? Well, slowly we're unraveling that, and this is where we're coming from, the technological aspect. You got to consider technology being part of this, because you look at the Nazca lines, there's the blueprints, and it's technology among it. Antenna designs. Yeah, it's
awesome.
Two and two together. Two and two together like that, and then expand on it, and it just keeps expanding outwards. And so far, so good. It's working.
And Katz, how's that journey going for you? Coming from politics with FPV and now getting into this transition and now watching him do the research.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So now, how's the journey going you know, coming from politics with FPV and now being in Flat Earth and watching him do this research
Oh God.
and us having this sort of dialogue and whatnot.
Look, to me, it's a very good experience for me, honestly. Coming from politics to Flat Earth into now this research, it's a pleasure to be in this part of Flat Earth. You know, it brings it all together for me. You know, being part of it, it made me think a lot more about our Earth. You can say, or how it's formed. I don't know what else to say. Politics is what brought me here. And I think, like you said before, Totter, that this is a movement for Flat Earth has a politics. I think that's how you said it, or maybe I said it wrong. But
well, yeah, politics it is sort of like a political movement in a sense, because it does have to do, it has a lot to do with the infrastructure and stuff. There's a reason why they're hiding a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like FPV was saying, you know, why are they hiding it? Well, there you go. Various reasons, but yes. Yeah, cats. What else, FPV? Anything else you wanted to add to that story?
Well, the Antarctic Treaty, you know, you can see why that's there now, because if you went there, you would see how the world really works. You're going to see the sun and moon and possibly other luminaries doing some really strange things you would not expect to see them doing. You've seen them yourself, Trotter, and them. You'll, oh, that's what I was going to show you. Yeah, well reminded. I've got another video to show you.
Oh, cool, yeah.
I'm gonna debunk Neumea Station for you right now. Where's that at?
Oh, this should be good.
It could be this one. Let's have a look. No, that's the old one. This one here, maybe. Yeah, right, this one will do. Yeah, remember I told you it's the 24-hour sun down in Antarctica. Although it's coming from a stationary light source, it's not the sun moving around the sky. You can see the sun going past, but the 24-hour sun is not coming from the sun as such. It's a stationary light source. What I'm going to show you here is it's actually just a big stage set. It's a green screen stage set. Take a look at the building, guys, and look around the edges of all the structure. You'll start seeing ghosting, like a line that shouldn't be around the edge of it. Can you see it? Look underneath the building and look above it, and you'll see fuzziness around all the objects. That can only happen if there's a green screen behind them. You'll see when it pans back, and I change it to a night vision mode, and you'll see it even easier. If you look at them vehicles or the buildings, you'll see there's like a shadow around the edge of it that shouldn't be there. You see this? You see it under the building on the corner? There's something there that shouldn't be there. Same on the roof, on the top. Look around this whole structure. You see it on the top there, near that ball-shaped thing? Weirdness that shouldn't be there around all the objects. Look underneath the building and actually see the square screens. You see them there? Under where it says Neumea Station, you can actually see the green screen squares. There's a green screen behind that building, guys, so that's a complete stage set. So what you're seeing in the sky there is not real. It's fake. It's, you know, they're faking it like they do with ISS. Just a fake background going on. And the 24-hour sun, whatever it is, it's behind that building.
I was going to ask you, what do you think they're trying to hide there?
Well, they're trying to prove the globe by saying there's 24-hour sun in the Antarctic as you get in the north, but they're faking it. Why would, you know, if there's 24-hour sun in the south, Why would they be using a green screen and the stationary light source to fake daylight? It's had 24-hour daylight since the 12th of December. I've been watching it daily. It has not had a night mode since the 12th of December. But the light source is from a stationary source. It is not got the sun moving around the sky. I'll try and find a video of that. Hold on. All right, this is the 24-hour sun. What's the date on that? I can't see the date on that. Can you see the date at the top of the screen there? All right, 12. That's when it started having 24-hour daylight. It didn't go to night mode, the camera. The night mode you're seeing there is me switching it to show you. See the light source? Right, I put it into a night vision mode so you can see where the light source is coming from. Watch carefully. It's from a stationary object behind that building. You see it? You can see it radiating there. That's what's creating the 24-hour daylight there. Whatever it is, it's some kind of a bright light behind that building. And it's definitely, you know, that's not the sun. That's something stationary sitting on or near the ground. You can't hide it, can you? You can see there, it's something's radiating light, and you can see it. But you'll also notice the sun going past in the sky in the background now and then, so it's not the sun. It could be a NASA sun simulator or, you know, something like that. I'm just guessing there. But it's something that's producing a bright light, a bright output to give it the daytime appearance. It's definitely fake. There's the sun there, look, taken off. Yeah, that light source is still there. You can see it there radiating. That's been going on since the 12th of December. And it's still ongoing now. Like I said, there's a green screen there, so they're faking light with whatever that is. In fact, if you look on the, I think it's the 21st and 22nd, I caught them using the same clouds two different days. They might be on here. There, see that cloud? It looks like a tornado. I do this comparison here. Watch, this is 2 different days, and you'll see the same cloud getting used on both images. And the date on the one on the right actually jumps back a day when they use the same cloud from the day before. Keep watching, you'll see the same cloud. These are supposed to be 2 different days. So they must be running out of clouds to use. So they're reusing the same clouds on the animations, or whatever they're using to project onto that green screen. There's the one on the left. It kind of looks like a tornado. Watch on the right. The right's the 22nd, but watch the date. Jump back to the 21st. There, see it? They're reusing the same clouds on the day after. So you've got the same clouds in both scenes with 2 different scenes going on. Yeah, they're cheating.
That's a good find there.
Yeah, you've got to look at everything twice, 3 times to confirm it. But yeah, it's very suspicious, isn't it? The ghosting around all the objects tell me it's a green screen behind them. And stationary light source, well, it's not the sun, is it? Unless there is a sun sitting hovering there, waiting for its moment. Who knows?
What do you guys think? What does the rest of the panel think? Cats.
I'm sorry. I had to step away for a minute. What happened there? What was your question?
Oh, he was showing us the Neumayer station. and some fakery that's going on.
Oh, I was seeing that before. Where all the lights and these, what are these? But the cars, not cars, but what are they called for the snow? I've
Yeah,
seen
it's
it.
probably fake snow on a big stage set. You know, they don't do it on a small scale, they do it on a grand scale, remember?
Yeah.
It's just like the moon landing set, but out in the snow. Fake snow, probably.
Mm-hmm. Didn't we just seen this not long ago? Or is it a different one, or is it a what?
You've seen it before. I just hadn't showed you the night mode so you could see better the stationary light source. So I changed it so you could see it better. But yeah, it's the one you've seen before. Apart from the bit where it shows you the green screen, you know, I thought I'd better add that. I started noticing that when it's in the two clouds, the same. I thought, yup, green screen. Then I zoomed in on the building, and that's when you see all the ghosting around all the objects in the foreground. That happens because you've got a green screen behind them.
So can it be CGI as well, or no?
Well, it kind of is, yeah. Whatever's on that screen's not real. You know, behind that building, that green screen, getting an image projected onto it through software. Wow. So that sky, those clouds, they're not real. The light source looks real to me because something's there giving a bright light source. But you can't see it, you know, it's masked out. But they can't mask out the light radiating from it. That's to show you where it is. It's roughly behind that building, whatever it is, a stationary light source. And it does look very bright, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think one time you went and you checked to see its location on your map, and there's some sort of activity going on. There was like a PowerPoint or some sort.
Yeah, it looks like it's the center grid where the sun would come up from south of Antarctica. There's a line coming up right the center. It looks like it's come up. So, you know, if it was the sun, I was thinking, wow, the sun's come up this line, and it's actually stopped and paused when I first seen it. And then, you know, slowly but surely you think, no, it's something fake going on here. That's a sun simulator or who knows what. But yeah, it's fake, you know. But if they're using that to fake 24-hour sunlight, they just give the game away using a green screen and a stationary light source.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes if some of this information that's being released is even just total disinformation altogether. You know what I mean?
Well, if you look back at the clips from Umir, I think the older ones are worth more looking at, you know. The ones where you see some light materializing before your eyes, basically. They could be the genuine ones. I need to find when they started using the green screen. You know, if we go back at looking at different clips, eventually you'll find a clip that hasn't got the ghosting around the edges. And you can say, well, that one's genuine. You know, there's no green screen in use, so what's happening in that scene is probably real. I need to go back at all the videos of Umir now and kind of find the real stuff.
That was put out 6-8 years ago or more, and the UFO community was saying it was Planet X or some sort of UFO. Yeah, those are a couple suggestions they were making. But
when you watch them, it's pretty obvious it's the sun and moon and other luminaries going past as well.
Yeah.
It looks like extreme low altitude as well, doesn't it? You know, just skimming over the water, but look at it.
Yeah, that was really interesting. If you can go back and look at those videos. I think I shared some with you one time.
Yeah,
you're like, yep, I've seen those. Yep, you're like, I saw those. Yep.
I need to look at them again though now, you know, to rule out which ones are real and which ones have got green screen.
Well, there's one where the entire building just gets taken by the sun or something. It just manifests and just all of a sudden the whole station is engulfed in the sphere, and then it just cuts out.
Yeah, cuts it out. Cuts it out when it moves off.
It was just pretty wild. I mean, but those are old videos, and if they're real, I don't know.
That's probably before they used the green screen. You were seeing what was really happening, and you know, people making videos about it. So they've introduced the green screen to make things look a bit more natural with the sun going past. But you know, they start using the same clouds, it gets a bit obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor attempt at deceiving the public.
Hey, you put in the chat something about food-wise as well, CGI food.
Yeah.
Are they really doing that too?
Yeah, I saw it in a magazine. There's a printer that you can print food. You put the ingredients in these little test tubes inside the printer and it prints out your food.
Oh my,
Yeah.
more fake.
Yep. It's all fake.
I wonder what more is out there fake. Well, mostly everything, but what is the next item or that they're going to do more fake on? If they did it on food, imagine something else.
People
Yeah, that's what I think.
be printing out the girlfriends and boyfriends. Put
Yeah,
in specific what you want and how they want them to act, and boop, boop, boop. There you go.
Yeah, Tommy Rogers made a good point. He said that there's a dude from NASA when asked what was fake, he said literally everything.
Yeah.
So food for thought. That that's true. He did say that. So maybe everything we know should be questioned.
Anybody else have any questions? You guys want to do a topic change or what? Just throwing it out there.
Sure. Any topics? There was, I will say something. There was someone in there in chats way early. He said something like he knows that flat Earth it's flat. There's no. We should not even talk about flat Earth anyways. He was saying something about the topic says chemtrails and what happened in California with the laser, to put them on fire. He said that we should move on from flat Earth now, which we all agree that we should.
Mhm.
But he did mention that we should move on. But yeah, I mean, we need to get Michelle X back on the panel and go more into it again on it, which I told her we will. She has a lot to say still and controls on that. So, yeah.
Yeah, it seems that certain chems are used in certain areas.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That different
Hotter areas seem to be getting
worse.
certain, yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we see blue skies. Well, here in Arizona, we see them, and then suddenly you see all the chemtrails coming down, which is sad. But yeah, that topic will never stop because I think more info is coming in about chemtrails, which I need to look into too now. If there's new info coming in. So yeah, the more we be on topic on the top of it.
Lisa White said, "Did you say you can print out your own boyfriend, girlfriend? Is that what you just said?
I said.
And what do I need to use for that? What do I need to buy?"
No, what we said was you can print out food, and then Kat said, well, what's next? And I said, people will be printing out their boyfriends and girlfriends soon.
Oh,
Can't do it
cats.
already. You can't do it already.
Not yet, cats.
You probably print body parts out already, I would say.
I didn't say anything. Sorry. Going back to chemtrails. So yeah, we must get Michelle back. I really think this topic is I think it's getting worse more than ever.
I was having a chat with Michelle a few nights ago and explaining the work a bit more, our research to her. She gets it more and more now. She understands it. She actually agrees with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can relate parts of this to scripture. Well, we can relate this to scripture, ley lines, the energy grid, you name it. It all just falls in place once you start with it. And yeah, it presents a bigger picture. That's what we're doing, guys. We're presenting the big picture, which now needs broken down into its macro level to see how everything works in this picture. Basically what we're doing here, and we're trying to break parts of it down as we go along, but we do need help.
Yeah. Well, she is the person to bring on back about chemtrails. And what's the other Mongolians? That's what he said too. He wants to hear about that.
Well, he's right, but we just try to have we want to touch a lot of different areas. You know what I mean? We do go after the collusion and all the conspiracies. Yes, we get into that. And tonight was just more of a get up to speed. What's going on with FPV and one conscience's work with her data, and just that was really more of like a recap. That's
Yeah,
what that
just
was.
like
But yeah,
yesterday.
we do talk a lot about a lot of different things. Definitely.
Yeah, just like yesterday was about the hospital, nursing, so many topics to.
I think, guys, pull the cable up. We'll have to reconnect. Back in a sec.
Okay. Yeah, well, there's a lot of topics we do get a hold of. So again, this is just to get a recap on their findings and.
Mm-hmm. Are you back, FPV?
Oh, okay. Did he leave?
I don't know. I didn't know if you guys were still there. I was like, wait a minute, did I get dropped? Nobody answered. I was like, okay, it says live still, but.
This Michelle one, does she know about healing plants, right? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Michelle X, she knows about plants, right?
Oh, I'm not sure. Does she?
I think she said she did.
That'd be cool. She has a lot of good info. I really enjoyed listening to her.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Because I need to email her. I have her email. Let's see if she knows. Because if she does, I can also bring Wiz on the panel because he knows a lot of it too. I just have to get a hold of both of them. I emailed that some lady in Northern California, and she hasn't responded, and I might have to just send her another email. She has so much videos out there that she's taken, how they are pouring so much chemtrails, and she has some like white chemtrails, and then she has that dark black, and she also lives around that farming area as well. She's in the Northern California. I just gotta go back. I saved her link, so to see if I can email her again. What do you think, Trotter? Hey, Crow, what do you think about chemtrails?
I am a novice to it. Have not done a lot of research on it. I know people that, you know, think what the government are doing to us, but I'm very limited in that area.
And GMOs, fluoride, vaccines. What do you think about them?
Yeah, all those things. Yeah. I just figured like if that's what they're doing, then I can't do nothing about it. But I mean, like especially fluorine too. I mean, fluoride that yeah, it's dangerous. You know, with the water situation that they're putting in, it's just it's amazing how these people, the government, are doing every little things to affect the society and how we think.
Mm.
The power that they have all on the masses, actually. And shout out to Wake, the sheeple. He was in the chat. I wanted to give him a shout out. I know he went to bed already, but I missed it. But it's always nice to see people in chat that you haven't seen in a long while. So
Yeah, I mean, we know chemtrails they have a lot of different applications, so definitely more research needs to be done, and I mean that's basically what it is. But you know, until then, we're just being inundated.
Mm-hmm. Like they say in school, back to the books.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe you guys on the panel can clarify or verify this that it's illegal in California to drink rain, or like I've heard that. I'm not sure if it's true, but anybody know anything about that?
I know in some areas, in some states, like here in Arizona for sure.
Oh, really? Did
Yeah.
they say why you can't drink?
Well, what's going on is that one is because all the chemtrails, when it rains, it brings all that stuff down. Okay, that's one thing. But it also at the same time, when the rain comes really hard, it clears it and clean water comes down. So a lot of people, what they do, they have barrels and they let the water fill. What they do, then they cover it and then they use it. They boil it and then to clean it out, whatever is there. But or they use it for their gardening, like planting and stuff, their trees, their flowers, whatever plants. But in California, here in Arizona, they, as I know, they're trying not for us to collect the water. They say because of the mosquitoes, okay, but it's just a way of saying you can't do this, you can't do that, but many do still do it, like I said, because of the plants and not wasting water. Now in California, I believe they do because they have a certain amount to use their water or you get fined. They haven't changed it yet. It's still the same, the law, which is sad because you know how many people wash or their cars or their clothes, whatever the case may be, they can't use the water usage. And somehow they know when you do, and they'll fine you. So yeah, many collect their water for that reason to, give water to the plants and stuff. But they're trying so hard to make us not keep our water. That I believe, okay, that is one of their agendas. They don't want us to keep water at all whatsoever in our backyards until, in those barrels. And if they do find out, they'll come and make sure you drop it, on the floor or they take it, whatever the case may be. But here in Arizona is one of them because of the droughts, I could say. I'm trying to think more because I try to stay up with the laws in Arizona because a lot of times they change this, when they go into this meetings they change a lot of it sometimes without us knowing, or sometimes we have to vote on it. But the water system here for where I live, it's also the same. You can't really use our water, there's a certain time. I think in a lot of places for sure. But in Arizona, we only can use so much. I think it's a certain time, like early in the morning to plant your water, or late night. But if you put a gallon of water underneath each of your trees, it helps it to have oxygen, which they for some reason many people do that, and I sure do, and the trees do get oxygen, especially if there's chemtrails. I put more gallons of water underneath so they can have oxygen, they can breathe, because reality they're also are dying. So I mean, they're trying to hit us everywhere, our water supply, our food supply, our air supply, all these topics like we were talking earlier on this hangout. But yeah, they're gonna try to control us more of our water supplies. It's called like, oh my God, I forgot how it goes, but if something, oh God, I forgot. I used to do this in school, but it's like quality. It's more demand. If you have more demand or less demand, it's almost like, God, it's been a while. I'm not gonna go there because I forgot. But anyways, the water supplies, they will attack us on water supplies. And I say all the states in the United States because that's what they want to do. Just as our food supplies. That's what it is, supplies and demand. So if you demand more supplies, the higher the prices go. The less the prices go, the less demands there are. So, but yeah, there is in California for sure. They have a limit of water wasting or whatever they're trying to stop them from using water. They say because of the drought. I'm not sure, but they did pass that law. I think it's like 2 years. I think, but yeah. That's all I have to say, really, about putting gallons of water. It helps your trees, though. It really does. In your plants, you name it. Whatever you have growing in your yard, put a gallon of water. It does help them.
Hey guys, I'm back. I don't think you hear me. I couldn't hear you before.
Hey, man, welcome back.
Yeah, I got up and you forgot got the headphones on. I pulled the plug out, and it's like quarter the volume you were before now.
Does that help you, Crow? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that really helped me. Your short answer really helped me. That's a lot of information about rain, though. I mean, like, is everything illegal? It's weird, like.
Well, it's like electricity, okay? We're all talking it should be free. Unfortunately, we have to pay for it. But our electricity here, since it's Arizona, goes high in the summertime. Big time. You can, in the household of 4 or 6, your electricity can hit, if you have AC, can hit to $400, $600 a month. That's how high it is. But they also want to raise our taxes on our electricity again, which is BS. Because you have you have your city, you have your state, and then you have other taxes on top of that. I forgot the other one. I think FPV might know that. But so they're doing that in electricity. Now our gas, as well. So our taxes are going to go up. It should have been up already, I think in March, they say. So now in the wintertime, it's the same thing. It can average to 200 because of the heat, but right now we haven't had our coldness, you can say. So our bills are not that high right now. But our main thing is our summer is very high here because of the heat. So, I mean, our water tax where I live went up as well. All taxes are going up for some reason. And it's not to help us, it's to help themselves, I'm going to say. So, where I live, many people are leaving my city to go to another city because the taxes are lower than where I live. And it's because it's a bigger city. And, so yeah, I mean, that's why I said, Jojo, I understand him because taxes, they shouldn't even go up. Our electricity, our gas, our water, but they're hitting us everywhere, I wish I could get off the grid. But again, we live in the city. We can't. Okay. And so your state, Tutter, how is it there? I mean, with the taxes and stuff going up? Or you haven't? Oh, crow.
Yeah, I have no idea what taxes here.
Yeah, I always watch my bills because they always sneak something in there big time. And I know by laws they're not supposed to, but there's some, I can't fight them. They're going to say, well, you have to pay. This is it, But there's some tax that they're not supposed to tax. Now, as I know, that was supposed to change through Trump administration, and it hasn't. So I always watch out my bills and look at it carefully, what they're charging me, what tax I'm paying. Because I know there's, like, every 6 months you pay your home tax, your state tax, federal tax.
Yeah, property tax?
Yeah, and I pay mine every 6 months.
Yeah.
And that also is, you're paying for the school system, the schools around you. So that's okay. I don't mind paying for, for that. But there's so much out there that we shouldn't pay.
Did Trotter fall asleep?
No, I think he's probably step away for a minute. So Juan, tell me about your state. Is it the same? Are they going up on your electricity and your taxes, or have you noticed your bills, or?
Yeah, the water, for instance, the water used to get paid every 3 months, and they moved it to every month and installed smart meters in every home.
Well, I
And
have mine.
if you didn't let them install it, then they would charge you an extra fee for that. And then once they did install them, the monthly fee was as much as it was every 3 months. It's insane. And the power bills are always about, I mean, there's 3 people that live in my home, and the power bill runs about $250. So it's not as much as you. But yeah, everything's expensive in Macon County where I live. Taxes on food and beverages is 11%. So,
Wow.
yeah, it's pretty high.
Yeah, it is. I was going to say something, but my thoughts left. Let's see.
you know, when you were talking about water and them controlling it, that was kind of where I was looking into the dams. They have them strategically placed where they pretty much do control all the water, and they could, you know, hold it from us or let it go on us. The way they've strategically placed all these dams, that's what I was kind of looking into. But yeah, they flood out certain areas to make dams, kill, you know, all the wildlife in those areas. It's pretty.
That's what I was gonna say. You know the meters that you were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would disagree in what they're doing too. They're shutting these offices that been there for so long, where you go pay your bills. They're shutting them down big time. Like here in Arizona, there's only, let me see, two pays the gas company, and then the SRP and APS are no longer really here. They're out. You have to send out your payment, or now you have to go different areas to pay your bills, which to me is sad because people lose their, you know, their jobs because of this. And
that happened. Yeah, that's here too.
Yeah, and see, we don't realize, like these super, you know, I know it's off the topic, but like these supermarkets, they have, what is it, fast check, where you just do it yourself. That's another thing that I disagreed, because you're taking, again, jobs away from these people, you know, feeding their families. So what I do, I always go to where there's a line, because they're the ones who need the jobs. And those that support them, because if you see like Home Depot, Lowe's, and all them, they're beginning to have their, you know, check yourself out. And like again, I disagree on that. I didn't appreciate what they did, these companies. But if anyone goes in shops, don't use those, honestly, because it's taking, you know, food away from these people, you know, their jobs completely out. And it's not good for us to support that at all. This is like another government way of stopping people from working. In my eyes, I see it. But yeah, it's all deceiving. It's all about greedy. It's all about money making, but they don't realize of the people that their needs, in other words, for their families. And like they say, you know, you take away a job. This is why crimes go up, because they have to go out and make sure that their children eat, whatever the case may be. This is where the crimes go up, especially here in Arizona that I speak for. And so when there's high crime and you're trying to feed your family, really it's the government's fault. You know, and of course, if I have children, grandchildren, or more, but I would do the same. I would go and also do something for them to eat. You know what I'm saying? Anything, even washing cars, whatever the case may be. But it's sad that we are supporting it as well, going to these machines and stuff. So, I don't know if anybody agrees with that, but I disagree.
Oh yeah, Katz, thanks for sharing that.
You're welcome. I don't know if how you guys feel, but that's how I feel. I mean, we're supporting them.
I agree with you. I don't use those either.
Mm-mm. Even if I have to wait for a whole line, I don't mind, because You know, there's, you know, those baggers, right? They bag your food and stuff. You know, you look at them. Okay, there's disability people there. If you truly look at them, yeah, your heart is out there so they can have a job. You don't know what their situations they're going through. Again, I disagree. I wish they took them out. I really do. But again, you have to have a lot of signatures for them to take it out. But again, if we don't do anything, it's going to continue. Because it's going through all the stores. It's not just markets. You know, now Lowe's and Home Depot has it. And, you know, mom and pops, they haven't had it yet. So, yeah.
I'm nodding my head. I'm agreeing.
Yeah. Do you guys have it over there in the UK?
Of what?
Oh. Where you go in and you pay for your own stuff instead of using a cashier.
Yeah.
So it's there too, huh?
Yeah, there's people help bag it up as well. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much the same, really. You get, you know, the same policies that deployed over there as in Europe. America's politics are a mirror of the EU's. If you want to see your future, look to Europe, depending who's running your country, of course.
For changing the subject, Totter. Anonymous, yes, self-checkout. That's what it's called. But anyways, Totter, you have anything to add or to say?
Not at the moment. I was just thinking about what you were talking about.
Yeah. Don't support them, honestly. You guys, we're supporting the government, by the way, if we do that.
What does the chat say?
They're talking about baby Jesus.
Shout out to the chat again.
Jibby, Tommy, Lisa, Anonymous, yes, Zane. Let's see. Ginger, Ron, Geo Love, Ginger, I think I said Ginger already. Alec, Josh, Bunsen, Honeydew, of course, one. Scarecrow.
Yeah, where's Crow?
He's quiet.
Yeah, he
has
is.
no jokes. He has no more jokes. Wake the people. And Jimbo.
You guys don't want to hear no jokes.
Truth. What's his name? Truth for Real was here. If I miss anybody, sorry.
Yeah, we do. We want to hear your jokes, Crow. I don't know if he's in the chat, but shout out to Who's Your Flatty. I was laughing at your stuff earlier, bro. That was in the chat there. You put up some really funny stuff. I meant to say that way earlier, but they were engaged in the research dialogue. So
Oh. So Crow, I have a question. I know, not a question. I know you do music.
Yes.
The one I heard this morning was awesome. I liked it.
Thank you.
Welcome. And I had left you a message saying you and what's his name, Sleeman?
Solomon. backwards, nameless.
Okay.
Shout out to him. But he made the beat, so awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. I hope you make more music, you know, and so does the rest. Scanner, he said.
Yeah, everybody's been putting some good music out there. It's very awesome.
Him. So, I
Yeah,
think
Twin Serpent also has been putting out some really good stuff.
Who?
Oh, Twin Serpent. They got some good stuff. Shout out to them too. Johnny Apples.
the chat Hunter.
Johnny Apples.
Oh yeah,
Coming out.
Johnny Apple.
Yeah, he was on a hiatus, I guess. So he's back.
Yeah. GB said this to Tata. He says, "Spread the chat, Tata." Laughing out loud.
So funny, man.
Yeah, I mean, Juan, do you have anything else to say?
Oh, not really. I think I'm about spent out. I was actually going to probably say goodnight because I have to go to work in the morning.
On a Sunday.
Yeah, I always work Sundays. The price I pay for Friday, Saturdays off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, but I think I am going to get off here, and it's been a really great talk, and I'm really glad everybody showed up to listen to what we had to say. It was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, definitely one. Thank you for coming through and hanging out with us and sharing what you've been researching. Trying to
No
make sense of
problem.
everything here. We're all looking for the truth here, and you're just part of the puzzle here, doing your thing. Everybody, like I said, is the author to their own story. She's doing her thing, and so is FPV, and the roads cross quite often. So here we are.
Beautifully said. That was
Yeah, nice meeting you, Juan.
yeah. Yeah, it was good to meet you. Very good to meet you. We'll all
Thank-
have to hang out again.
Yeah, just
So-
talk regular about yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
be good. Be
appreciate
good.
it. Have a good night.
Very good. Yep,
you
I'll
for
see you guys
coming on.
later. Yeah, thank you, Cats, for inviting me.
No, my pleasure is mine.
All right,
having
see you
me.
guys later.
Catch you in the headquarters later on.
Yeah, no kidding.
Good night.
Well, I think we're just gonna stop the stream. It is getting a little late for all of us. I thank everybody in chats that came support this hangout again and our hangout. I thank FPV coming, of course, Crow and Tadar for sure. I mean, you know, without you guys, our hangout wouldn't be the same. You know, it's my pleasure that you guys are on here, you know.
Well, we thank you for making it possible and giving us a platform to do what we do.
Yeah, thank you so
It's-
much
yeah.
for tolerating me. I appreciate it.
There you go.
You gotta make me laugh though.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
now I got
pleasure.
restrictions.
It's a pleasure to come here and share what we're learning with you guys. We're glad you're watching it, understanding it, and agreeing it or debating it or pulling it apart. We've got all that to do anyway. Yeah, it all helps, all input, output, you name it. Yeah, thanks for letting us on and tolerate us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good stuff, you guys. So, all right, Katz, if you just want to shut this down, then good night to everybody that's been chilling with us. We'll see you guys around. To all lodge members, we'll see you back at the lodge. And you guys have a good night.
Yeah, good night, chatters. Good night, panel.
Good night.
Hello and welcome to APM Seasons. In this video I will be explaining how our seasons work with the sun and the gates. You will be seeing a lot of information on screen, so I'll use this screenshot to help break down what you are looking at. On the left you can see the waveform tracker. This basically tracks the changes across the seasons. We will get into that in a few moments. On the bottom left in green text is information from the creation calendar synced with the seasonal switching. When you see the red chevrons, some extra information is displayed in red above and beside it. At the bottom centre is the astrology tracker. This tracks the zodiac information and a few other things. On the bottom right is the sun gate tracker, which I made to help me decode the gate's correct sequences and track the sun by degrees to help identify the gate switching from Auckland, New Zealand and their perspective bubble. So without further ado, we will continue. We are starting from the March equinox, gate 4R on the map. Each crossing and return of the sun represents 30 days or 1 month, 360 days total over the course of a year. We did add a 24-hour sun. For now I placed it in the path coming up from gate 6F. Boots on the ground needed from the northeastern latitudes to determine where it comes from and heads back towards the east gates. You will be seeing information relating to the sun's return path above the waveform tracker and the object crossing the map from west to east after sunset. We believe these are our luminaries returning back to the east, as we have decoded previously. I do think the sun uses a sinusoidal orbit, but we added them all near orbit also, as there is more than just the sun returning east, and we will be trying to identify them by their set times. You may think those waveforms just depict day and night, but you would be wrong. They physically exist, and we have recorded them on the mimic maps. You can see them if you look carefully in the overlays on the top left. You will also see them change with the seasons in the waveform tracker. There are also members in our group recording the ISS passing, so we can try and get a better look at it. We do expect it to vanish completely before your eyes, as we have shown before with the mimic map findings. There is more than one signal moving around the map, and when they overlap, they seem to occlude the light and it reappears elsewhere. This may also be what is creating our lunar eclipse, as the waveforms overlap. Remember, there is more than one luminary moving around up there, and all will have their own unique waveforms. As we have shown in our Power and Glory video, that light in the sky is Isis, Ra's mother, rejuvenating the sun, which actually decodes as a recharging process. Solar rejuvenation, as worded in the 12 Gates presentation. In Christianity, that light in the sky is known as Mary, the star of the sea. How did we forget all this? The information in the Sungate tracker was obtained from time and date by P900 Coolpick Sandra. She picked a random year, which in this case was 2006. We recorded the information for sunrise, sunset, total sun hours and the compass degrees to the sunrise as viewed from Auckland, New Zealand. We chose the 25th of each month to make sure the gates had switched, and this helped show me where they would be seeing the sunrise from and helped pinpoint the direction to match which gate was in use. I called the rear gates long days and the forward gates short days, as in their groups of 4. This is how it works, lengthening and shortening the days as the sun cycles around the 12 gates. The 25th of March is also the first day of the new year in the Persian and Indian calendars, as an aside. Do notice also how accurate the compass is in catching the gate switches with the sun gate tracker. We do think the sun travels above and below the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, and this is going to require boots on the ground if anyone at those latitudes can help identify if the sun is travelling north or south of those tropics. For full exploration, obviously we would recommend going east, as the eastern gates are closer, it is much warmer, and you should be thinking of where our luminaries are actually coming from, as this cannot be hidden. The first thing I did notice with this is our zodiac is directly linked to the switching of the gates, as you can see in this animation. The gemstones connected to birth signs may actually be created by our sun as it passes over the locales where these gems are found. More work needed there, but as we have shown in a previous video, our star halos are responsible for depositing elements. We see the dispersal as shooting stars and such, but more on that later. In the animation, the sun is finishing its yearly cycle in February from gate 3F and will cross over to March for the new year in gate 4R. The creation calendar works perfectly and now has the gates in the correct sequence, which is 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and back to gate 4R. A little bit more information on the long and short days. Due to the difference in distance between the gates at their front and rear in their groups of 4, these are what are responsible for people assuming the luminaries are travelling faster at certain times of the year. In reality, the sun has just shorter or longer distances to travel west, depending if it is coming from a front gate or a rear gate. Obviously it will have a few thousand miles less to travel if coming from a front gate, and longer to travel from the rear gates in their 4 group sets. There is something else I have to show you. More surprises, isn't there always with this research? Gates 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and 4R. If I were to stand at the equator facing east and take a photo on the 25th of each month, I would capture this image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our sun's true analemma orbit as dictated by our zodiac and the 12 gates. We are instantly reminded from various cultures, such as the Egyptians, that our luminaries are birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see this, people? Isn't that amazing? Everything is being placed back into its original context and making more sense. I have added our zodiac signs over these locations. As far as we're concerned, everything still needs decoded and broken down into its correct context. Everything. I guess the question now is, who is going to be the first person to record our sun's true analemma? Good luck, people, and I hope this presentation makes sense to you and helps with your own research.
had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Blue sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Hey there, Mr. Blue, it's a place to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you. Hey there, Mr. Blue, it's a place to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you. Mr. Blue Sky, Mr. Blue Sky, Mr. Blue Sky. Mr. Blue, you did it right, but soon comes Mr. Night, creeping over. Now his hand is on your shoulder. Never mind, I remember you this way. Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Hey there, Mr. Blue Sky, it's so pleased to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you. It's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic. A kind of magic. One dream, one soul, one prize, one golden glance of what should be. It's a kind of magic. One shaft of light that shows the way. No mortal man can win this day. It's a kind of magic. The bell that rings inside your mind is just magic, 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 magic.
Hey everyone. Thank you for coming. Again, spending your time, your evening, day, night. But thanks for coming. Today we have FPV and one on the panel, and I'm gonna interview them. So they're gonna talk a little bit what they have been doing lately. So FPV and one, let's start.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Cat's Eyes. Hello, One Conscience. Hello, people in chat.
Hello, both of you and everyone
Hi.
else.
Yeah. Hello. I'm glad both of you guys are on the panel. It's been a long time, has it? I think it's too long. But yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed to do this some time ago, but we just could never get together to do it.
Yeah, I know, huh? So we're going to be talking about the APM research. PV, what started you to do APM research?
Ooh, APM research, right. What started me into APM research, when it came to flat Earth, I was looking, we as everyone did, I suppose, we all came to flat Earth and maps and models were getting passed around. And at the time, it was the AE map. And, I watched flat Earth for about a year and we looked at this map and model. And to me, it wasn't making much sense with a lot of fields. You can make some things work with it, but other things weren't making sense. Now, at the time, I was playing around with the Nazca lines, trying to decode them, doing line tracings and seeing what this bigger picture was forming in Google Earth. And what I'll do is, hold on, I'll just screen share. Can you present me, Cats, and I'll show you exactly what we're relating to. That'll probably be a good idea about now.
Okay, let me see if I remember. Remember, it's been a long time. Oh, it's not that one. Which one is it? Controls, right?
It's okay. If you mute, I'll talk and it'll keep it on screen while I talk. That'll work. I'm screen sharing it now. You should see it now, can you?
Okay, I'm trying to screen share you. Okay, well, you're on there.
Present, yeah. It's present option, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's on the screen. So okay, while it's on the screen, I'll just talk you through it a little bit. What you're looking at is the map created by Series, who is called One Hippie on YouTube. What he did was he created an algorithm and applied it to the Mercator style projection. And this is the resulting map after he squared off the images. And now it reveals more in the north and the south, as you can see clearly, the true scale and shape of Antarctica being revealed. Now, the Nazca line research I was doing, when I was doing the line tracings, I came across this grid. This is the Nazca Mandala and the Sun Star of Peru. And as soon as I seen them, I knew straight away I need to put these on a map and see what this relates to. So, for me, it became a case of doing more line tracings and the Nazca lines and overlaying this grid on world maps until it made sense on the correct map. Because to me, it's relating to the map. And as you can see with the gates in the north, south, east and west on this, they match scriptural mentions from Enoch, the Bible and many other cultures of gates in the north, south, east and west. And that's what made it very special for me as soon as I seen it. I thought, this has got to be related to the gates that's mentioned in scriptures. So this is the map and model that we're doing. And we called it the angelic particle matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Technologies in the underworld responsible for the creation and movement of luminaries and pretty much most of nature itself. And our research is based upon all this, basically, and it is expanded way outside of all the realms of possibilities we even thought we would consider at the time. You know, we've learned a lot just from using this grid and map with real world data. Now, we're not here to push a map or model, but we did need to create a model to see what we're dealing with. And what we've done since is use all data, research, informations, anything we can get our hands on, decodings, and fit it into this map and model. And it's just progressed and progressed, which tells us we're on the right path. So that's where it began for me. And what I did was I made one video and started showing it around. That was the first video I made on this research. And that's when I kind of bumped into one conscience, but we'll leave that till when you ask one question. But that's what started me off. So back to you, Cats. You can stop presenting me now if you like.
Sorry. Okay, Juan, the same question goes to you too about APM research. What started?
For me, I started out, I learned about flat Earth, obviously, and then I also had been studying earthquakes before flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I was trying to plot earthquakes on a flat Earth map, and I was using the AE map. So then I realized, you know, kind of a kick to the face that the AE map was debunkable in different ways. So I kind of felt duped, you know, and then I realized that my own work wasn't really working as well as I thought it was with the earthquakes and stuff. And I kind of stumbled onto you guys, and you were interviewing FPV with his first video. I started asking him a whole lot of questions, and he gave me a copy of the map and told me to put my work on it and see how it worked out. And from that point on, it has just progressed really fast and very deep. You know, when I first put the earthquakes on, it fit so very, very close to the grid. You know, the mandalas he was talking about, that it literally gave me goosebumps. That I couldn't believe how well the earthquake paths fit onto that grid. And from there, it's just spiraled. It just keeps going and going. Everything relates. So
Yeah. One, can you name and elaborate on any of the subjects you have looked into?
holy cow. We could start with ley lines. So ley lines always fascinated me. Earth energy in general fascinated me. So what I realized was that the power points of the Earth and the different accelerators, which FPV has placed as angels when scriptures are decoded, it's the connection of them. It's their energy flow, you know, and it's their magnetic energy lines that run through the Earth. And when you kind of lay them out, which I did I used the Mercator map. You know, they look pretty amazing. Can I share this?
Sure, I put.
So I got a wall-size Mercator map, and I put all the different angel spots on there, and my husband helped me draw the grid on it and stuff, and I connected them all, and these are the ley lines of our world. It's pretty full and intense, but
well, I remember
Can you
that.
elaborate a bit more on what some of those dots mean?
it's real hard to see, but yeah, I put a bunch of different pins. Red ones represent power plants. White ones are weather stations, like geoengineering spots. The blue ones are all the angels. The grid is drawn on there in blue. The green lines are all the ley lines, the energy points. You can see how it almost, minus human error, forms like a great big star almost. You can see the different points on it. Mind you, this is the Mercator. It's not exactly like our map that we use, but it's as close as you can get if you actually go buy one. I also drew the earthquake paths, which are drawn in black lines, and put volcanoes on there. And what else? I think I put crystal caves on there. It's hard to see those. It's full of information. I have a video on my channel, though, if anybody wants to go watch it. It's a little more clearer. And I talk through it and kind of talk about it a little more. So,
as you can see, Cats, there's lots and lots of layers to this map and grid. So we can't put them all on one map. It's impossible to fit everything on one map. So we have to show different layers of what we're working with.
it is, because you see what trying to put everything on one map looks like. It's a mess. And that's just a few things. That's not even everything that he's talking about.
Now, do you think it connects what you guys, both you and FPV, been researching?
All of that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. The power plants show me that they are harvesting this earth energy, selling it back to us. Everything connects to the grid. That's what I've definitely learned so far. I can map anything, and I have 100 of the same maps, but they're all different subjects. So it's pretty crazy. I mean, it used to surprise me, but now I'm like, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but it's, well, I'm gonna say it seems, but it's true. I think it's connecting everything you guys been researching from the Nazca lines, starting from the Nazca lines. Now, this question, FPV, also, can you name and excuse if I'm not speaking right or pronouncing, elaborate on any of the subjects?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what we'll elaborate on first and it's important, it's the decodings of what we're looking at with the geopetro and hieroglyphs and scriptures and Enoch itself, Now, what they've done, let me go through this and you'll see exactly what they've done to hide the construct. Okay. When they started decoding geopetro hieroglyphs and other things, I realized everyone around the world was speaking the same language, and our written language in those times was obviously glyphs. Everyone around the world wrote with glyphs. That was our written language at the time. Now, when you look at the geopetro hieroglyphs and what they're depicting characters, they're depicting luminaries, and so on and so forth. Now, in modern times, all that has been transferred from every culture, because you're going to find every culture is talking the exact same story. They're all telling the same story. They just got different names for the same events. So what they've done in modern times, they've took all that information and put it into written form in a book. Now, here is where lies the problem. because when humans pick up a book and start reading it, they start bringing in characters to life as real people. That is not what the original glyphs were depicting. They're not saying these are real people. The real glyphs are saying these are the technologies and processes that are involved with creating and moving luminaries. Because, you know, in modern times they say the ancients used to worship the sun. No, wrong. They never have worshipped anything. They've depicted how the world works perfectly in geopetro and hieroglyphs. So that's very important. You know, you can see now what's happened. We've converted what was being depicted as how the world works to now they're bringing these characters to life and making them into real people. That is not the original message. So that's how you hide a construct. People now, in their own minds, bring these characters to life and create their own story in the mind of what's going on. And you'll find most religions, they all disagree with each other on a lot of these things going on. And I can see why. You know, they're all, no, it's this, no, it's that, no, it means this, no, it means that. No, go back to what the ancients used to teach. They're telling you how the world works in geopetro and hieroglyph form. It's as simple as that. That is very important. That's what I realized quite early on. And, you know, for me, it was a case of, right, I need to find the right people to work with. I can't do this by myself. There's just too much to look at. Even now there is, isn't there? Well, the amount of subjects we've looked at is unbelievable. So, yeah, that is, I think that's a very important point to get across. How humans convert characters into real people just because they're in written language, when, in fact, when you go back to its real meaning, it's telling you technologies and processes that are creating the luminaries. That's what these characters really depict. And that's why they use male and female characters, because you're looking at positives and negatives. It's down to magnetism and electricity. That's the original message, and that's being hidden.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, it does. It does make sense for me, at least. We're gonna talk one in APM. We're gonna talk about different subjects today. I want, because we've been having new people coming in, looking into your guys' research. And I just want to touch up a little of what got where we're at today. What we've spoken before on the live hangouts. So any of you guys can start first. FPV one, what your research's been doing, and one's what she's been doing. So I'll let you guys speak, and then when you're done, one can start. So FPV.
Yeah, certainly. Mine's been mainly decoding, looking at things, decoding it into this model that we're working with. Let's see now, what can I use as a current one that people's actually seen, like star trails. You know, we can talk about star trails. You know, on the heliocentric model, we've got the globe spinning around and blah blah blah, stars in the north and south and all this rubbish. But when you take a step outside of that box and look at it as a 3D model, you can see the star trails in the north and south are actually working together. They're both rotating the same way. So, you know, what we're showing is this is a technological construct on a very huge scale. And that's just, you know, it's just with the star halos. Because the nodes, what stars really are nodes on halos. You know, like you see with the sun halo, what people are calling sundogs are nodes on a halo, which is part of a structure that is creating the luminary. This is how it works. We're looking at a very big technological masterpiece of a structure. So to elaborate more on that, let's see now. You know, that's just star trails. There's lots of avenues we can go down here, but I'll let one talk a bit first because I've just had 2 talks, and so one's missing one. Over to you, one.
Okay. Well, what do? Let's see. I do a lot of reading and learning because we've looked at so many different things. I guess what I really do is go through and kind of pull the truths out of science. Science is not totally truthful because it's trying to keep this globe alive. But there are truths in a lot of the science. So I like to go through and pull the truths out, and I like to find a lot of histories about things and then map things. And like I said before, what I find is that everything that we've looked at relates to the grid. It really does. Power points of the earth, accelerators. Reading a lot of ancient texts, scriptures, FPV's better at decoding, but I'm definitely seeing all the truths and things. You know, the more we've done this, he's just better articulating it. So
I'm not too bad. Neither are you. I mean, look. A good example of that, you know, is the Adam and Eve Lilith one we done. It didn't take us very long to realize we were talking magnetism and electricity, did it?
no, not very long at all. The scriptures are getting easier.
Yeah, that's right in the beginning, Adam and Eve. You know, that's the magnet. That's the positive and the negative sides of the magnet. It's always been about the magnet. This is what they're trying to teach. This is what the ancients are trying to teach us: the magnet and its secrets.
Well, explain a little bit about that FPV.
The magnet and the secrets, right? Without giving too much away.
Explain a little.
Yeah, well, the tree. I realize the tree of life, what you see depicted in Sumerian and other cultures, depictions in glyph form, you will see the tree of life, and a lot of people, you know, they're guessing, oh, it's this, it's that, it's the other. But it didn't take me long to realize that is the magnet and its energies that they're actually portraying. These geoglyphs are portraying the magnet and its secrets. And that, you know, again, that's what's been hidden, the secrets of magnetism, because, you know, with magnets you can create electricity. And that's why it's been hidden, it seems. You know, the energy market's been taken over, privatized, monetized, and hidden. Whereas we can see from the ancients, they all knew how it worked and harvested it. You know, we look at the geopetra hieroglyphs, and you can see they're all telling the same story. So it's straight away, it's telling us everyone knew how this worked. They understood it perfectly. And it's been, I don't know what event happened for the world to seem to be forgetting in such a big way, but that's where we're at today. Everyone seems to have forgot what all these things used to mean. And that's, you know, I find it very strange. What kind of event? It would have to be something very catastrophic for the whole world to start forgetting what all. I mean, it's not just geopetra and hieroglyphs. Look around the world at all these constructs, you know, these temples, things like that. Sacred geometry everywhere, and people aren't realizing what it means anymore. How can that be? It's in our face. It's everywhere. I mean, once you start decoding with APM eyes, you see it. You can see it and decode it and look at it and know exactly what it means. But when you look around the world, there's temples everywhere, and people haven't got a clue anymore what it all represents. It represents the underworld and the technologies and the luminaries. It always has and always will.
No. Okay. We're gonna talk about the one when you were checking into earthquakes and, you know, volcanoes and other what we were talking about, lava, I guess, about it. Now explain to them, those that are listening or here, a little bit what you were saying in the beginning of this research, because I think it all connects together what you guys have been researching about. I mean,
yeah, it does. So what we found out, I mean, what we've came to the conclusion of is lava is basically the waste and recycle system of the world. So you've got all this stuff going on in the layers below. And, you know, it has to have like an output point. So when you learn about CERN, you know, there's dump spots, there's dump cycles to CERN. And that's basically what these volcanoes are, because we're talking about massive accelerators, you know, just like CERN, but on a much, much larger scale. They have to have dump spots. They have to get rid of this heat and waste. But it doesn't really waste, because it actually comes up, cools, and makes new land. That's why I call it the waste and recycle system of the world.
because that's what it is. Yeah.
To elaborate a little bit more on that, we can say with the particle accelerators, the larger the accelerator, the larger the manufactured, what scripture calls hot coals. Now, if you go to scripture, Ezekiel's wheel, he's trying to describe a particle accelerator. Think of Ezekiel's wheel, look at CERN, you will see the wheel in the wheel. And we can see it already on our grid. These are particle accelerators. Now, what is a particle accelerator? It's a very large ring magnet, basically. Well, you can have them any shape, it doesn't have to be a ring magnet. But, you know, that's how it works. And Roger Mudfossil University recently, I was watching one of his videos, and he was mentioning that, you know, different colours of the spectrum produce different size, and of course, larger accelerators produce different size material coming out. Now, this is, if you look at Shiva, standing in that circle with the flames coming out, this is a perfect representation and proof this is a particle accelerator. Shiva represents the created mass of light. You will notice on the depiction, Shiva is standing on top of a child. The child actually represents birth or the creation of the light. And of course, it's got the flames coming out the sides, which represents these hot coals. These hot coals are what is creating the lava. There's an excess amount of materials being made because it's a law of attraction. What you're looking at is a big circuit, electrical circuit, and what it does is it converts elements into matter. A good way of describing that, and Matt Jerome taught me this one. If you look at your car battery, you will see what they call corrosion on the poles of your battery. You'll see greeny white substance growing on it. Now, it is not corrosion, it is actually growth. It's pulling out of thin air with lead and copper that is attracted to that lead and copper circuit because it's a live electrical circuit. And these accelerators operate in the same way. This is how it works. The bigger the accelerator, the more it can produce. And what, like one Conscience mentioned there about comets and shooting stars, this is exactly what's fallen out of the sky, the harvested material from elements.
Okay. Now, PB, what does the promoter has to do with this? You know, it's a square, which they say, not a square, a triangle, which it's called. But what does it have to do with what you guys are researching as well? I mean, is there a part of it that connects to another part of the underground?
Did you mention pyramid there, yeah?
Yeah.
Pyramid. Right, hold on, I'll just screen share the map and grid again because I need to show you something with that.
Okay. Did you find something interesting in that area?
I found something very interesting that a long time ago, and I mentioned it in the first video.
Wow.
Hold on a sec,
What's
and
it?
I'll put it back on screen so you can see it yourself.
Okay.
Where's the map? I can find the map. I just closed it now. I have to find it again. Hold on, I know where it's at. Yeah, here we are. Because I want you to look at this very carefully, and you're going to see something. Right, I'll screen share. That should be screen sharing now. There you go. You see that yet?
Not yet.
Right, I'm screen sharing. Yeah, it's presenting to everyone now. It says so. You should see it. Right, if you look very carefully at the grid.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you see coming from the center outwards the four sides of a pyramid? What you were looking at here is a 6-tier pyramid below our world. If you look at it carefully, you will be. It shows better in 3D. You know, I've got a video where I'm panning around that grid in 3D, and in 3D you see this 6-tier pyramid jumping out at you. But if you look carefully, you can see where the gates are. They're the corners of this 6-tier pyramid. Do you see that? So yeah, that's where pyramids factor in. A pyramid is a very important shape when it comes to harnessing electrical energies. But we're gonna get more into that into the next video. So I won't say too much in this one. But yes, pyramids and temples and such do factor into this research.
Okay. Now, I know lately we see in the skies like the halos. The weather's been very weird lately, but we had, or you have, and one has a lot of videos on these halos that lately they've been appearing. Can you screen share someone's? I think China has some. One has a lot of good ones. I don't know who else you know. I mean, because what's going down, what's coming from, underneath, it's affecting the land, if I'm correct. And it's also affecting the sky with these halos and what's working underneath us. On your research, you're explaining about it. So one or APM.
Yeah, I was going to screen share them, but it's not letting me. I was going to screen share the video. Yeah, it doesn't
Hold
let me
on.
screen sharing videos for some reason now. It used to, but not now.
Are you well, you have it where you can screen share, but I don't know why you can't.
Yeah.
One
Yeah,
did.
I'll do it off my channel. I'll use the Wonderland video on my channel. That'll do, because you can see them moving then. That's a bit more important.
Yeah.
People need to see these things actually move as one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. I'll screen share this. I'll find the halo parts. Here we are. And screen share that. There it is. You see that? Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Present to everyone. Yeah, right there. There's a halo. What you're looking at there is the sun, and you can see to the sides of it two what we call nodes. Now the sun halo, it's got a vertical halo, which is what you can see there, and you can see on the sides of this vertical halo the two nodes that are lit up. Now behind them two nodes lit up, there is also a horizontal halo, and it's also got 5 more nodes on it. So you've got a total of 8 nodes on this halo. Now to us, this is just another very large ring magnet or an accelerator, same thing. So it's it's showing you it is technology-based realm we're living in. This is where our work comes from. It is 100% technology-based, and this is why it would be hidden. So this is what people are seeing in the skies. I'm actually making a helper video on this currently, so people can look at it, and they're going to see different perspectives and views and showings of it on this video I'm going to create, so it helps people understand what they're looking at. So that's that'll be released within the week or so. But that's what you're looking at with the halos. This is technology that's up for a while. We did say at first there were projections from the underworld, and then a few weeks ago we changed our minds to levitated. But some new research we've discovered, we have to go back to the projection style technology because it is being projected from below. So what you're seeing in the sky is playing out in the underworld below. Whatever is projecting the sun, this technology is moving in the underworld, and we are seeing it projected above us. This is how it works. All of those luminaries in the sky work on that similar process. Because every one of them has to have a halo. So our major luminaries, our wandering stars, all look similar to what you're seeing here. That's the sun. You just put the moon there, and you've got a moon. Put Venus there, you've got Venus. They're all operating with the same technologies and processes, and they move across the realm using episodical motions. There's a reason for that as well, and it relates to keeping it running, and it's harnessing energies as it's moving.
Now, FPV, not since we're looking at this video right now, what does the chemtrails have to do to hide the halos or what's really going on? I mean, there's something behind it.
Oh yeah. Well, they try to hide it. What you'll see is when these start showing, the chemtrailers come out and they spray hell out the sky trying to hide it, but it's too big to hide. You can still see it through the chemtrails. It just obscures it a little bit. So, you know, a lot of people
Right.
might not notice it, but those that are looking to the sky, there's lots of people looking at the sky now, and they're seeing it. They're capturing this nearly every week. So, you know, what their excuse is, they are ice crystals. Some dogs are ice crystals, but you've seen in that video then, it is all moving as one unit, you know. So in their explanation, they're trying to tell us ice crystals stalk a sun that's millions of miles away, which is absolutely ridiculous. No, these are nodes on a halo showing that's within our realm, in our atmosphere, moving. That's exactly what you're seeing. This is close and local.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, what that video there is actually a breakdown of the different nodes. Now, I referenced it with modern terminology of the halo, and I used the Hindu terminology. I can't remember all the names off the top of my head, but if you look at some of our videos, you will see the Hindu mandala overlaid beside it, and how all the 8 on there, plus Shiva being the 9th, relate to the halo and the creation of the light. It's the same story.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you know, again, it ties in perfectly with our research and real world events and historical information on mandalas. You know, all these mandalas are telling you the same story. They're all depictions of how the world really works.
Very interesting.
So that's roughly what you're seeing in the sky, right in front of you there. A variation of what you're seeing there on a bigger
Yeah.
scale.
So what do you think, Juan? What FPV's saying?
I absolutely agree. One day I was driving and I saw this massive halo node, and when he lined it up with that picture right there, it actually matched it so perfectly. I mean, my jaw hit the floor. I was amazed that, first of all, I was amazed that it was like the biggest halo I've ever seen. And then second, I was amazed because when he lined it up, it fit perfect with the CERN he was showing, you know, the accelerator, the pieces. I was seeing a piece of that technology. Which node was it, FPV? It was either 1, 2, or 8.
8, the one on the right, yeah, the one on the right, there was no 8, wasn't it? That's the one you saw.
Yes, and it was just amazing, you know. And you could almost see the clouds if you looked close enough start to take the similar shape to the rest of it, but they weren't lit up. So, but as I looked at it more, I was like, you know, the clouds even kind of looked like the rest of it to a point. The clouds would magnetize towards this and, you know, take the shape. I've seen clouds make a perfect circle, you know, and pretty sure that they magnetize towards this stuff and take on the shapes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the video one's talking about was when she was driving in a car and she got what we would call a side profile of node 8. Now, you can, when it's above us, we see it as like a cloud-colored circle, you know, a cloud-colored node. But when it starts to get lower on the horizon, you start to get a side profile of what you're really looking at, and that's what one was looking at. And she could tell, you know, it was quite a tall-looking piece of structure right beside the sun, well, to the right of the sun, node 8. The same on node 2. You know, they're all going to be the same at a lower altitude. As it's going into the distance, you're going to get a slightly, you know, a side-on profile. And that's exactly what one was looking at. And when I overlaid the accelerator on it, that's what done it one, wasn't it? You know, because one was questioning that herself. She's saying, why has it changed shape? Because we're seeing a side profile. We're seeing it from the side now and not from below. So that, you know, that made sense again. Normally we just see the nodes because it's above us, but once it goes, like I said, once it goes into the distance and starts coming down on that horizon, you're going to get an amazing side perspective of it and some very nice footage.
I see. Let me see. I was gonna say, gosh. Now, going back to the flights, why are they directed the opposite? I mean, does it have something that is connecting with it, or is it because of something else? I mean, it's strange that they have to go a different route to get to a place. I mean,
when we looked into the flight radar information, we actually caught them flying. Let's see now, say coming from China. Now normally they should be now from China to get to say the States. Quickest route for them, I suppose, is to fly on the globe, is fly east and appear in the west, go around the globe. But we know the globe's not real. So what we noticed on Flight Radar 24, they were taking off from China. They were flying northwest over the top of Russia. They were coming, they were appearing over the top of Greenland, then coming down towards Alaska and then back to the States. So they were faking the globe with this northern route. And we noticed it on more than one occasion. You know, we've got recordings of this on my channel. We caught them doing it. The first one I saw, I could actually see a little bit of a wingtip sticking in the top of the flight radar. And I thought, what's that? You know, it was way north. So I clicked it and it showed me the flight path for this aircraft. It was taking off from the States. It was flying over Greenland, and then it was coming down over Russia, down towards China or somewhere. So it was telling us, you know, there's hidden flight routes in the north, and we have to assume they do similar in the south. So, you know, there's the flight route. But it's not only aircraft, you know. I've spoke to a Navy guy came in my stream one day, and he says, I've looked at your model. It makes a lot of sense. He says, but being in the Navy, how come he says, if you're saying that there's hidden routes in the north, how come we didn't see ice? And I says, well, they would have to do it during the 24-hour sun then. And then straight away he says, yes, you're right, because I remember it now. The sun was on that side of the ship, and we didn't see any ice. So, you know, obviously, they timed the events perfectly to hide where they really are. And of course, you know, military ships, they zigzag, they change course, patterns, all kinds all the time. So the crew are never going to realize where they are until they get to the destination. But what I told this sailor made sense, perfect sense to him. He says, you're right. You know, he says the sun was on the left side of the ship. So that, you know, that's more confirmation for us that there's hidden shipping routes as well that they use in the north.
yeah. Well, that explains a little bit about the, you know, airplanes, and I think also the boats. You know, I think they know things that we don't know, of course. But I think the boats has something about it too. The same thing.
One Conscience can elaborate a bit more on the boats, because she looked into the cruises, didn't you, One?
Yeah, I was actually just going to say, while we're talking about this, we could talk about the Bering Strait and then the Polynesian Islands. So I looked into the Bering Strait and found a whole lot of discrepancies, like the fact of the sunrise between the two islands. They're 3 miles apart, which again, on my channel, I have a video that goes into detail about it. And the fact that when you look into flights, you know, nothing goes between these two islands, the Diomedes, where they say that Russia and America touch. Now, you know, there may be an island out there, but it's not, I mean, and Russia may own it, but it is not the continent Russia. You know, there's no way. You look into flights from Russia to America, and you're talking 30, 35-hour flights. You know, that shouldn't be if it's just across that little strip of land. And then the same down in the Polynesian Islands, when you look into those cruises that go from New Zealand, and they're supposed to come over to, you know, cross the date line and come over, they don't go past the date line. They start New Zealand, they do this roundabout, and they come up around Australia, and then they go out and they hit a couple islands and they stop, and they never cross that date line. Never. And these things take like 30 days, and they cost like $10,000 to $20,000 a person. You know, it'd be easy to fool people out in the water like that. You know, people are like, well, you could recognize land and this. No, I don't think you could. The ocean's the ocean. It's all going to look the same. And just because there's little islands out there doesn't mean it's exactly what they say they are. You know, same with California. You can get on a boat in California and supposedly, you know, go to the French Polynesians. You can get on one supposedly from New Zealand and go to the French Polynesians. But really, they do more roundabouts around like Hawaii and then hit a couple islands out there in the middle of the ocean. And then they turn around and they come back. Again, 30 days. You're out there for 30 days for this little trip, just doing roundabouts around all these little islands. But they never cross that international date line. Never. Never. That's how they're faking the globe. You know, they're saying it and they're going here, there, and yeah, but that's how they're faking it. They're just, you wouldn't know. You're out in the middle of the ocean.
That's how you had the 12 gates from Scripture. You know, the international date lines are to stop you going any further in the north, south, east, and west, basically. Although it's on the map as east and west, there's restrictions in north and south as well, and those are there to stop you finding the gates in the north, south, east, and west.
And how many gates we have? Is it 12, right?
There's quite a lot. They call it the 12 gates, but when you go to the gates in the east, you will find there's 12 there. There's 12 in the north, 12 in the south, and 12 in the west. So there's quite a lot. And, you know, obviously different luminaries are going to use different gates, and we covered that a little bit in our seasons video. We showed what gates the sun used, and we got that matched accurately to match the creation calendar, which helped us then produce how the seasons work. So yeah, you know, there's a video on our channels, and you'll find it called The Seasons, the 12 Gates, and the True Analema. If you want to learn about how the seasons work on this model, you got to watch that video.
Yeah, by the way, anybody who's watching, there's a link of one's channel and FPV channel. They have a lot more information. Click on it and just go to the channel. But I know that you guys have been doing so much research hours, but there are so cool things that you guys came out, you know, about the research lately. I know you can't go too much into detail at PVM1, but just give a little bit what you have done so far, one, and at PV, the same thing. So at PV or one, any of you can speak. I would like to know, honestly.
Oh, is that on current research? Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit. I know you can't get into too much details, but there's a lot of things you've done.
We can tell you what subjects they will be on, but, you know, I won't elaborate on them any further than that. But you're going to be looking at pyramids, the harnessing of elements, some more decodings, which I won't get into just yet. You'll have to. I like to surprise people with the decodings. They don't know what we're going to pop up with. So, you know, it's worth keeping surprises. Lunar phases and eclipses. I'm just going to tell you some of the things that we're going to go into in the next video. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, there's some of the subjects that you're going to catch in the next video.
We're also going to go into the layers of the atmosphere and how it relates with the underworld, electromagnetism, and we're going to have a few surprises.
Good. That way we can all turn into what you guys are doing. I mean, for me, it's very interesting. There's a lot of thoughts that have changed lately because of the research. But I was going to say something. Earthquakes. One, we just had 5 earthquakes in the Northern California. I wonder if it has a lot to, well, I guess it has a lot to the underground, but I would like to know your input on it.
Well, we're changing seasons. The earthquakes happen. We're changing seasons right now. So it's going to hit more in the north as the sun moves more northward. You have to remember these quakes are caused from what's happening below, and it does have to do with our luminaries. You know, when I looked at the quakes and followed them for a long time, like every day, all the time, I was watching them. I realized that the quakes were following, they were preceding and they were behind the sun. They were creating a path. So they were hitting around the sun's path. And I thought I was pretty amazed by that myself, because as it would enter an area, the area would quake. It would quake the same time every day. The same time every day as the sun would enter that area, it would quake. And as it moved more north, the quakes started to move up just a little bit from that area I was watching, you know. And then I was like, wow, it's, you know, they're following the sun. And it's the same with the other luminaries, you know, and planetary alignments. We could go right into that. When there's certain alignments that occur, it causes these earthquakes to happen. You know, it must trigger something, or the alignment of them, or adding like a double frequency going in the same area, but they cause large earthquakes to occur when these alignments happen.
That's good. I mean, 5 earthquakes. I mean, they're small, but still.
Well,
and we had one, so.
Consider it this way, Katz. You know, when you get a quake, that is technology coming online that's helping guide or do something with a luminary. That's all it is. It's all it's ever been. It's just technologies coming online doing their role, and then they'll shut down again till the next time.
Yeah, because you have to remember there is an angel right up there, and you know, one of our earth chakras is up there too. It's a serious power point that's going to come online and turn off. And California is always getting earthquakes. They have a lot of stuff going on over there on the west, you know.
Yeah, but you know, the thing is that it's strange that we had a 3.6 earthquake in Arizona at the border between New Mexico and us. And it's strange now California's had 5 on the northern. So something is activating underneath us for it to shift, or, you know, like you just said right now, what you mentioned. To me, it's strange because here in Arizona, it's very odd that we do get earthquakes. Along it's like Southern California, we can feel it, and it depends on the if it's high. So, but remember, I told you we had an earthquake. Now this in California. So, I mean, your input's more toward what you guys are researching, you and FPV.
Yeah, and also on that, it also is fracking. I mean, you have to think of fracking and kind of put that into play too, because when they frack the earth, they're digging down to get to something, you know, and they're opening up things that is going to release energy in different areas. If that makes sense. You know, like the big example I always use is the New Madrid, which is right in southern Illinois into like Missouri and stuff like that. It was a huge, you know, earthquake spot. They had very large earthquakes in the past, but when they started fracking really hard and heavy in Oklahoma, New Madrid does not quake anymore, and Oklahoma takes all of the force. So it takes the release instead of the New Madrid.
Let's see. Pivy, what were you going to say?
I was going to say about the irregular quakes. You know, you were saying it's unusual. That's you get them, but you'll have to remember, you know, there's not just the sun and moon moving. There's other luminaries that are some, you know, some slower, some are quicker. So when you get an irregular one, it might not be the sun or the moon. It could be, you know, like Venus, Mars, Jupiter. It could be any one of those.
Right.
It is, you know, these are plottable on a grid, and as one's shown in a lot of her demonstrations, they work perfectly. They make the sine waves, everything that we suspected it would be doing, and some, doesn't it, one?
Yes, they do.
Okay, PV. On this one, I'm gonna go back a little ways about the triangle. When the aircraft is flying over that, since there's been boats and airplanes disappearing, is it the electricity underneath that's pulling them down, or is there something else there? Do you know anything? Can you let us know about that?
Yeah, I mean, they call it magnetic anomalies, and we've covered that in our Power and Glory video a little bit. We're going to expand a bit further on that in the next video. But what you're looking at, you know, like one's mentioned, there's certain energy points in the world, and one's done a fantastic video already on the triangles. You know, there's not just a Bermuda Triangle, there's lots of triangles, and
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, magnetic hotspots, as you would call them. But yeah, you know, magnetics will play havoc with compasses. So you know, this was happening a lot in the early aviation years, like in World War II, lots of planes going missing. So it'll play havoc and people can get lost. And there's not just that to take into account. What you're looking at also is the spiraling. You know, this technology is causing spiraling waves, and that is what's creating like water spouts, whirlpools, dust devils, tornadoes. You know, this technology really is responsible for all this. This is where your Fibonacci spiral comes from. So yeah, this spiraling vortex, you know, they could be getting hit from below by a spiraling vortex of energy. and it's to an aircraft. It's going to make it unstable, and the same for shipping on ships on the sea. If one of these things starts up below a ship, it's going to toss and turn the ship all over the place because it's causing motion in the seas, which will be elaborated on a bit further in the next video.
Now, what does the Mayans have to do with this research? Explain a little bit, FPV or one?
You want to go for that one, or do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Right. Well, the Mayans, this is probably what confuses a lot of people when they look at our research, because our early work, we were all over the place researching, because we have to see how all the different cultures, beliefs, and what they portrayed was factored into this world model we're working with. So when I looked at the Mayans, their view of the underworld is it's got 6 houses and 9 rooms. Now again, that number 6, like I mentioned before, that 6-tier pyramid. So there's 2 references to a 6-tier pyramid below. Now, 6 rooms, 9 houses. So it means there's a 6-tier pyramid and there's 9 rooms within that pyramid. And these would be, the various, what they would call the house of the sun or the house of the moon. The different luminaries got different houses. Some of them obviously share a house. So that's when I started looking at the Mayan culture and their beliefs. And it'd be the same with those people. The Spanish tore into them when they went over there and destroyed a lot of their codexes and things. But it's a lot still exists and can be decoded. So the same with that culture. They've now forgot what their history was and their beliefs, and they've been given the Bible or whatever modern book they've been given to believe in, and it's not telling them the same story as I mentioned earlier. Written words do not portray what those glyphs are portraying. No, not even close. So that was the main connection for me. They were telling the same story. That's what I was saying. Our older research, we had to look at all kinds of things and factor in all these different subjects into this model. You can't say we haven't covered just about everything, because we have. Haven't we? We've covered a great deal of subjects and topics related to the work in this realm, and that will get a lot of people lost. They're going to see bits and pieces they recognise, because when you're putting research out and presentations, it's down to the viewers' knowledge base and what they're interested in, really. Will they see the big picture or not? Because it is a really big picture to work with. And, we're still putting this big picture together, but we've got massive pieces of the jigsaw now, when it's so clear for us to see. And you're going to find in our current presentations onwards, how it relates to the world model, because now we can put things in the grid and show how it works. So,
I think that the research goes beyond that, more deep, very deep. It's just, it takes time, it takes hours to get to that point. I really believe that there's something very deep in this that it still has to be discovered.
Yeah,
And that
we decode things just about every day. It's a case of prioritizing it, and what our interest is showing the people how this world works within this model. But like I said, we do decode a lot of other things that aren't, well, they are related, but we have to prioritize them and think, well, that can wait. That relates to something else, but it does work with this, so it's not important for now. So yeah, it's a case of prioritizing the content that we output, really, because we're trying to put all this out. We could go on for hours about things we decode, and people will get bored or they get lost of it, because the attention span and all that, people haven't got a good attention span. So we try and just because of that, we try and keep our videos below 1 or 2 hours, depending what we're presenting, really.
Yeah, people do lose attention span on it. Those long 4 and 5 hour videos are hard to keep going with it. We want people to watch them, the whole thing, and pay attention.
Now, a thought just came in my mind. Now, the meteorites, does that have something to do with it's happening too underneath? Or no? Or is it lies? Of course, baby.
Well, the meteors, the meteor showers come from a specific constellation, and they repeat every year. You know, so that tells me that there's definitely, well, I mean, there's definitely a connection from the below to the above, as above, so below. But
Right.
when you have a great deal of electrostatic buildup, it has to release when it's full, you know. So this is the filling of that and elements kind of raining down on Earth. And it happens at the same time every year. So that tells me that it's just another one of the time systems. You know, it has to happen. It happens repeatedly every year, same time every year, same constellations. You know, scientists know this stuff like clockwork. We know exactly when it's going to happen and exactly where it's going to happen.
Yeah. I don't. Go ahead.
It's the same with the the sun and moon. They can tell, they can give you 100 years in advance where it's going to be. If that's not predictable, I don't know what is.
And eclipses. I mean, now that we're talking about sun and moon, the eclipses, they're totally predictable. They can tell you, like you said, 100, 150 years in advance. You know, the Antikytherian mechanism can tell you exactly when those are going to happen. And there's more than they actually tell us about.
Yeah, lots more. Yeah, partial eclipses hidden. Yeah, Antikytherian mechanisms is a brilliant device. You know, a kid could crank that computer and predict every lunar eclipse for the next 100 years with great with precision, great accuracy.
Yeah, and we found some hidden ones when they shut down that. Yeah, the sun, when they shut down that sun observatory. Remember that FPV a year ago, maybe?
Yeah.
We went and had Jimbo look it up on the mechanism, and sure enough, it was set for an eclipse. And they closed the observatory down. You know, and mainstream tried to put it off like aliens, but no, they were hiding this eclipse. They didn't want people to see it and film it and know it was there because it wasn't one of the ones that they said would happen.
Yeah, it shouldn't. It's an eclipse that shouldn't happen on a globe. That's why they tried to hide it. It debunks the heliocentric model, so they have to hide certain events going on in the sky, or write them off as something else.
Just like covering it with chemtrails.
Yeah.
Can that be another reason why they're doing this? I know I heard someone saying that the chemtrails, I don't know who it was, maybe it was I forgot her name, Michelle. She said something about, or someone said something about when they do the chemtrails, spiritual things come out. I don't know if it has something to do with what you guys are researching. I don't know, but all I know is that they are hiding something in the sky because one day it's fine and then sudden, clouds come in and it rains for a little bit like today. But, something weird is going on. I can feel it, They said that people can feel it. We just don't know what it is. So just explain a little bit. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, it's okay. You could tell me.
I'll let you on.
Okay, that's your place one.
I'm sorry, my husband was talking to me. Can you repeat that?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
FPV, go ahead and explain.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
To repeat what I just said.
No, I forgot what you asked me.
We gotta go backtrack. Yes,
start the chemtrails.
Okay, the chemtrails, and they're hiding something, and they're covering it with the chemtrails, right?
Well,
am I wrong that there's something there with the chemtrails, or is it?
Okay.
Well, you've got to look at their options. If they can't shut somewhere down, which was what they did with that observatory to stop them seeing that eclipse. Or if they can't fob it off, or or any other means, then all they've got left is chemtrail in the sky to try and hide events, and that's what we're seeing with the sun. But we know chemtrails has got multiple layers to that alone. It's not just for hiding what's going on in the sky. There's harm raining down upon us as well. And as mentioned recently, it's also obscuring vision over distance. Well, a lot of people's looking at the flat Earth, and they're going to be putting their zoom cameras on, and they're not seeing things that they should be anymore. So it's kind of playing havoc with looking at distance using optics. By design, I would say. You're looking at layers of aluminium floating down, so it's going to seriously limit the range you can see.
Yes. And but if they're thin and wispy, they do help illuminate these halos. But they make them thicker, and you can't see anything.
Yeah.
That's what I found when I was watching the skies.
That's the most obvious one, isn't it? It's they always try and do it with the sun because it keeps showing its nodes and halos.
Right, and like we've talked about before, they're still trying to map this stuff also.
Yes, yeah, I believe that as well, yeah. They release a bit of barium into the atmosphere, and as we've mentioned before, barium illuminates a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole, so that can be used for mapping, and that could be the substance that's causing us to see the sun's halo and other events going on that we shouldn't be seeing.
Which, in other words,
like the inverted rainbows, Sandra won, other people have captured them, the inverted rainbows that people are seeing. What you're seeing there is magnetic data showing in the visible spectrum. So it's showing we are surrounded by magnetic data, basically. And we've shown that before with series as overlays, where he overlays various magnetic layers over the map and how it actually relates to luminaries. So yeah, it is revealing things we were never intended to see. But I wouldn't go as far as saying never intended, because the message from the start was, to me, this is your world, this is how it works, look after it. That's what the Nazca lines tell me. They're the blueprints to the realm, and they've been laid bare on the desert in Nazca, Peru, for all to see and decode. The only thing is they're not telling you what they really mean. We are.
This is why they're hiding Nazca lines. This is why they don't want the people of Peru to know the truth.
Yes, because that's that's a very important site. You look at the scale of them when you're line tracing them. I mean, you've seen the overlays we've used before on the world map, and it matches places perfectly, and places we can see these energy hotspots. So yeah, we've done a lot of overlays using the Nazca lines, and we still will. We don't need to use them a lot, but yeah, that's what you'll find is when mainstream show you the Nazca lines, they'll show you a few nice geoglyphs and a few lines and a few other things, but they're not showing you the real big picture. You're only going to see that in our research, and you look at the one that's got the Nazca lines in, you'll see some of my line tracings where I'm up to currently, and how many there really is. And even then, I've still not covered them all. There's loads to find yet. It is a huge scale of blueprints. And I believe they decoded these in the 1800s, and from the 1800s onwards, our research revealed Nikola Tesla was working on particle accelerators. This is in the 1800s, mind, so people think particle accelerators are a new thing. Think again. Tesla was working on in the 1800s, but we can see where it all originates from, and it's from the realm. This is how the realm works, using accelerators. So yeah,
I know.
The background is very important.
Yeah, but the thing is that the halos are coming out often, more and more and more. You can see them, and that's not just in the United States, around the country. I mean, the whole world basically. That you see all these halos, and people don't notice and why they're there. Now, if I didn't know nothing about your research of the halos, honestly, I would tell you guys are crazy. but I see it, so I can't say that. But you know,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
what I'm trying to say is that there's been halos for a long time. Just people didn't see it until now. Even I really believe that even the Peru people and the Mayans, they know about the halos. They knew about it.
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, there is so much connection.
Even Enoch called them chariots.
Yeah, and all ancients have it. If you look at all the old pictures, you know, depictions in ancient religions, they all had the halos shown differently. Different, you know, areas of the world depict them different.
And it's like Enoch said, you know, he was shown the moon's hidden path. Well, how can you see a moon's hidden path? Obviously,